Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to another week of Quake action. And today I'm joined by the very handsome Flea, and I haven't actually casted with you, as we're just talking about it for nearly 2 years, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It has indeed been far too long since we got to share the casting desk together, but at long last, here we are for the weeklies. I think this is week 6 of the third season of the Quake Pro League, and I'm hyped for today's games.
How you been finding it so far? Obviously, now we've got this global league. We haven't talked about it together, so really interested to see how you've been finding it so far, and looking at the leaderboards. Like, how do you feel people have been faring up?
I mean, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, right? We were talking about it before we went live. Some players have been performing as expected, right? Rafa still on top, only having dropped a single map so far. But on the other hand, we've seen some players kind of struggle a bit, right? You mentioned Chain, for example, Saigib, two players who we've seen really do much better in their own respective leagues back when it was still NA alongside Europe, but that's changed a bit.
It has indeed. And talking about how people are doing, we've also got the recap from last week where we had Sparty going up against CNZ in a battle for kind of middle ground in the league. They're both 2-2 now. We've seen CNZ pull out some amazing results, but also kind of losing this one as well. What's your take on CNZ? Is he's really been growing into this league and taking wins away from Razy and Wenger up until this point. Is he somebody to watch out for?
Oh, absolutely. He's been the Maestro Slayer so far, and let us not forget, he is the only person so far who has taken a map away from Rafa, who's otherwise gone undefeated this entire stage. So CNZ definitely one to watch. Now, next up, we had Nosfa taking on Avek. Avek lost this one 1-2, so Nosfa came out on top, and I think that was a welcome win for Nosfa, because he's also had a bit of a mixed performance so far.
Yeah, he's now 2-3, but taking Avek down, this is somebody who we always look to be in the later stages of the event, and I guess surprisingly for Nosfa, he's been taking out people you don't expect him to, but losing some of the easier ones as well. And Wenger, here we go, so I give back to Wenger, and he's not had the best start to the season. I mean, I do say that, and he's sitting in third on the leaderboard, but this is Wenger, the champion at this point in time. And we expected a little bit more from him, going up against Saigib here, who unfortunately himself hasn't had the best starts of the season.
Yeah, indeed, and I think we also have to make mention of the Iron Fist Maestro LAN, right? Wenger came in looking really good, of course, being our most recent Grand Champion, and then kind of fell out of that tournament rather quickly. So he's starting to find his footing again, but it has been a bit of an inconsistent struggle.
Rafa versus Zeneku, and this is a matchup that's very interesting because we're now judging Zeneku at the top end of the leaderboard. It was a couple of maybe even last season, no one really took him as seriously as the performance he was putting out, and that consistency stayed true. And I think it was Rafa who actually lost to Zeneku last season. So this was a little bit of a grudge match if you look at it in that aspect, but Rafa staying strong, staying true, didn't even drop a map. And Zeneku can be proud of that performance, but it was close nonetheless.
Absolutely. Now, of course, just want to clarify, it was Dramis who has taken down both of the Maestro boys, but CNZ, of course, shares the Dragonborn esports team logo with him, and he has been doing pretty well of his own. So these, once again, were last week's results, some great games, but I think we've got some excellent ones in store for us today as well.
We do indeed. I think that was actually week 4, unfortunately, because I casted those games and it wasn't last week. But either way, indeed, you can see there, we do have Kilson today as well, and we've said how strong Rafa is only dropping a map. Let's concentrate on Kilson. He's somebody who has also only dropped a map, and he's now coming back into the fore. Slow start to last season, but he's hit this one running. Have you been impressed with him so far?
Oh, absolutely, right? The focus is back, it seems like. We've got to interview him a few weeks ago, and he was talking about, he's getting really up there in terms of his performance. When his max skill is 100%, he felt like he was getting close to hitting the 90 mark, I think, is something that he said. So clearly, Kilson is picking up steam, and I'm really liking what I've seen so far. Definitely a main contender, not just for the European players, but of course, the entire world, given that the brackets are now integrated.
And so let's have a look at the rankings as we're talking about Kilson and Rafa, and let's see where they're sitting up there. As you would expect, Rafa sitting up top 5-0, 14-1 on maps. Kilson likewise 4-0, so not quite the matches played, but just comparable performances. And then it becomes a bit of a mixed bag, Flea. You've got Wenger and Razy, as you'd expect, up there, but they're both dropping maps here or there. We saw Razy and Wenger both fall to Dramis, who himself is sitting down in 9th. So you can see how much of a bloodbath this global league is causing us.
Yeah, indeed, and then more towards the very bottom. We kind of touched upon it at the very start, right? Both Chain and Saigip, no wins yet. Chain just one map, Saigip only two. Let's see if Saigip can change that up today. And then a little bit higher, we've got, of course, Maxter. But keep in mind,
Yeah.
Maxter has played the least amount of games out of anyone in the league, so his real score is definitely going to be a bit higher.
Yeah, and I was talking about Spotty and Jam as well, just thinking about it. Even CNZ, both all kind of on parity there, 2-2, but they've got less games played than Zenecu and Osfer. So we can see some real shuffles here today as we've obviously going back, getting some of these players that have played less maps back onto the board. But super competitive. Is there anyone that you think could be making a charge towards the top? You know, Kilson and Raph are really solidified there, but from that mid level, is there anyone that's really stood out to you?
I think, well, I hesitate to call Razy mid-level, right? But I guess in this context it is true. I think that Razy still's got it. He's still, you know, only 4 games played, so he's one behind both Wenger and Rafa. I think he's got some room to catch up there at least, and we've seen some brilliant stuff come out of him so far. Yes, he's lost that one series, but I think Razy could definitely make it back top 2 or 3. Now a little bit lower, Zenecu, yeah, he is 3 losses for 2 wins, but really he does lose, it always feels like it's a close, competitive, and hard-fought battle for whoever manages to take him out. So I could see Zenecu rise a bit higher too.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I've got my eyes on Avik sitting down in 10th. I think his performance has not been the best, but we know Avik, when he gets ahead of steam, he can really take maps and series away from anyone. And obviously Maxter only playing 2, so respectful sitting there 2-0. Really interested to see how he copes up against the Europeans the entire time, because you referred to it at the very start. You know, he took Wenger off the board in terms of the Iron Fist land back before the season started, and so that sets him in amazing stead for this season. But that's kind of in the past. Let's look at what's coming up today and concentrate on our first series, because as you mentioned, we have 5 really, really strong series coming up ahead of us.
Indeed, and the very first is going to be Avik versus Sparty. Then we're going to jump into Rafa Dramas, CNZ versus Saigip, Wenger, Maxter, and then lastly, to kick things off, or to rather cap out the day, it will be Razy versus Kilson. And especially those 2 final games, the highlights of the day when DJ Wheat is going to be joining us, those are the games that I've got my eyes set on.
First up though, Sparty versus Avik. Now, we talked about how both of these players are sitting in the mid-level. I think Sparty is, as you would expect it, he was 2-2, tied with that CNZ Dramis area. Avik, we've already mentioned, hasn't been putting out the best performances, but this could be a launch pad for Avik. He lost against Nos for last week, and that will perhaps cause him a bit of a self-reflection there. Sparty is someone who you would traditionally say will put up an extremely strong fight, but I guess, you know, betting people out there would probably side with Avik. Is there any kind of discrepancy there, or is that how you see this matchup going?
No, I've been inclined to agree with you there. I also think that if we look back at their match history, it tends to be very close, right? I think that if you just look at both the names, Avik next to Sparty, most people would be inclined to say, okay, well, Avik tends to finish, you know, in a higher position on the leaderboard, so he should be the one who wins most of them. But if we look back historically, they have played a lot of games against each other, and it's really a back and forth. Most recently, Avik won their previous encounter, but the one before that, it was Sparty who won. Then it's Avik again, and it just keeps on going back and forth, and there's a lot of mixed results. Always 1-2, so no 3-0 wipeout, so I think that that's something that we can look forward for today as well. But it's been a really mixed bag between these two, and even though most players would probably pin Avik higher than Sparty, the Swede has been a real challenge for him to take down.
I mean, there's definitely a couple of reasons for that I can see. I mean, obviously, Sparty himself is an amazing player, but in terms of styles, Sparty is somebody who wants that aggression. He likes to play against people who play fast and aggressive, and that is obviously Avik's bread and butter. And so he, in some ways, needs to balance his approach against somebody like Sparty, because when Sparty clicks and you play into that strength of his, particularly play around the rails, that's when he becomes very, very scary. And obviously we'll have to get onto the picks and bans in the moment with the maps and the champions, but if you can limit that side of Sparty's game, you're in for a much better chance. And that's why he struggles when he really comes up against the best in, you know, the Raffas of the world, the Kills of the world, who can play slightly more strategical, slightly slower pace than someone like Avec. That's where Sparty sometimes falls down. But he's also been unlucky, should I say, not to get further in some of the events he has, because he's still an incredible player, and that's why he's in this Pro League.
Yeah, absolutely. He more than clearly deserves the position he's holding. He's also one of the OGs starting off the Quake Pro League way in its first iteration. So Sparty is a legend both in Quake in general and also has been around for a while, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we will get on to the picks and bans at the moment, but we are just going through a few technical issues, so we can carry on just talking about the preemptive this series. But as you mentioned, you know, we got the picks and bans already for us. So we start on Vale. We have Galena versus the Ice, a very standard matchup there. We've got I think it's pretty much a denial pick from Sparty. I don't think it's something he would traditionally pick if he had the choice, but we know how prolific Avec is on that ice in there. And the Galena, an amazing counter, is actually probably the strongest champion on that map for someone like Avec, if not picking the ice. And so they're both going to be very, very happy with those picks. Moving on to Ruins, got the Anarchy out on Avec, again, a pick he loves to take early on. It allows him to get that speed, allows him to get that aggression, got the inject to follow up as well, and the Strogan Pika, another champion that I really like in countering that, because it allows you to go toe-to-toe with speed, also having the stack advantage. And if you can use that Pika, the burst is actually really, really strong against a light champion. And then we end up on Blood Covenant, where we have an Athena against a Visor, and that's, I'm not too sure that I'm not always the biggest fan of seeing a Visor. Obviously, if you could use the piercing sight extremely well, it's great. And that you can limit the mobility disadvantage on something like a Blood Covenant. But an Athena played well is just unstoppable sometimes.
And it's so easy to get outplayed by that mobility when you've got none of your own, right?
Yeah.
Visor, yes, he's got that piercing sight, and that works really well on a map the size of Blood Covenant, but he lacks speed. He has nothing in terms of raw acceleration or mobility around the corners, let alone at a vertical level, and that can really be an issue on a map like Blood Covenant. So if Sparty can build some momentum throughout the map, keep control of the items, and more importantly, keep Avec away from the railgun, I think the Polish Prince is going to struggle tremendously on that last map. So I agree, that is probably the one that I would say is the least balanced of the three maps. Ruins of Sarnet, indeed, fully agree. Two fast champions, really like the Strog pick as well, because it does have a fair bit of verticality to it, and we see time and time again, right, players dropping down around that center area near the Mega and sending the Peaker right back up to do some damage, draw the rail, get themselves an advantageous position. So that is a key element that you have there as well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty even across the board. I would actually side slightly with Sparty. I think the one weakness in Avic's game is probably at this stage in the picks and bans. More often than not, you'll see Avec just pick almost comfort picks. And yes, he's very prolific on them. He's very good on them, but you can almost tell what Avic's going to pick straight off the bat. And that can leave him open to counter picking. It also means he's not maximizing the map advantage or the champion advantage or anything in that nature because of his very standard setup, and it works for him. But still, that might be one of the reasons why we see him dropping maps, maybe even dropping series against players he might not expect him to.
Absolutely. That is something that's just difficult for players to get a hold of, right? You can really see it more at the higher levels. I still remember being at LAN watching, I think it was Razy versus Rafa trying to pick their maps and champions for one of the finals, and ZSX, this took like 15 minutes. It was as if they were playing chess. They were both just sitting there, bent over that paper, just thinking through all the possible, outcomes, strategies, matchups before settling on their picks and what they wanted to play and what they wanted to take away from their opponent. So it really is some high-level strategy that goes into it. And indeed, I agree with you that some players might just not have developed the right skill set yet to really put that into action, and do just fall back on taking those these comfort picks, and then putting themselves in a position where they're outplayed from the start.
And let's not make no mistake here, right? That we're talking about small marginal gains. Like, but at this level, it can be the difference between a couple of frags here or there, isn't it? It's very rarely ever going to fully decide a matchup, because there's way too many variables just to say from a draft stage, this player's going to win. But it can mean the difference between a frag here or there, which at the very, very top level we've seen will be a deciding factor. And so it's just something for some players in the league to really, really think about. Because when you do watch the Raffas, and as you mentioned, the Razies, it is just another level of thought, another level of strategy. And as you said, it takes so much time, so much effort to make the right decision and make sure they understand what they're choosing and why they're choosing it, that it just leaves something to be desired for some people's picks and bats.
Absolutely. Now, map 1, Veil of Neff. I feel like when it comes to Veil, we tend to get one of two outcomes, right? On the one hand, you get the two heavies, right? You get Sorlag versus Keel or Scale, right? The big body champions. Or on the other, you tend to get either Ison versus Galena, because the deployable items, the turrets versus the totems, are so powerful. Now, this time around, we're getting the latter, right? It is Avik who's running the Galena versus Sparty on the Ison. Do you think any of them really has the advantage in terms of utility when it comes to just the item that they can drop on the map?
I would side slightly with the Galena, just because if you can build that overstack and it's not hunted out, it's unbelievably powerful. Obviously, we've seen time and time again the use of the turret to come into play, but it's far more situational. It's far more... The effectiveness is limited depending on when you use it. If you've wasted a turret, you've wasted a turret. You really can't waste a totem to some degree, because it's always going to add to your stack in the long run. If obviously your opponent is prolific at hunting them down and cleaning them out, then it really nullifies that effect. So in general, I think the Glade is slightly easier to execute, but I guess the Ison has a bit more of a chaos factor around it and can flip a fight on its head.
Absolutely, yeah. Couldn't have said it better myself. So I think we're about to jump into the game. Just a few minutes, making sure that there's no technical issues plaguing us into the first series, but we are getting ready for game 1, and I think it's going to be a very interesting one. I'm expecting a pretty fast game when it comes to just the start of Veil, right? Neither of these players are the type to really just play hyper defensively and wait for their opponent to make the first move. Avik, of course, originally coined the term Avik aggression, and Sparty, well, he brings the party, right? He tends to play very carefree, goes for the railgun, tends to be one of his staple weapons, and then just try and get himself in a good position to deal damage. So I don't think that we're going to see these players just sit back and wait out to see what the opponent does, but we're going to see some proactive plays today.
Absolutely. And to your point earlier, I much prefer watching this medium versus medium champion on Veil, because it adds that element of strategy. When you get to the heavy versus heavy, it becomes a bit of a slugfest, and who can hit more shots, who can execute better. But when you have these two medium champions, you do have to think more strategically. And so that's definitely what I'm looking forward to. And I imagine Sparty to play slightly more passive than Avik in the open engagements, just to weed out what he wants to do. He also has the turret as well if Avik wants to run into him, so it allows him to play slightly more defensive, to base his game around that rail. But as we know, there is a strong snowball effect on Veil. And so that first frag can be really decisive on a map like Veil, because if you can pick up a slight advantage, it can really see you through to the end of the map, because your opponent's always chasing their tail.
Absolutely. Now, I think something very important you mentioned earlier when it comes to Sparty is that he is going to have to apply a lot of pressure on those totems, right? Because Veil really is a map where you can run away by setting 3 of them up and keeping that constant overstack going. If you manage to get your totems out the way down, towards the railgun area of the map, that lower part of Veil, you don't even need to touch the Mega. You can just leave that to your opponent entirely and focus on keeping control of the heavy, plus keeping your opponent away from that railgun side of the map. And then you've got your own free Mega in your pocket, always running around with a totem at the ready, and a lot of health to fall back on. And if you can just sit on the heavy, you will always be outstacking your opponent. So it will be very important for Sparty that he applies pressure and that he hunts those totems down.
Exactly. On the flip side, as the Galena, you also have to be slightly wary of where your opponent is, because if, as an Ison in this situation, you're always second guessing yourself. Do I forfeit position to go clear up those totems? And if that has to happen, it gives the Galena that fraction of a second to get into that high ground and defend it and punish your opponent for that. So as you mentioned, that element of chess, that back and forth of trading positions in order to kind of settle the advantage is really, really key in this particular matchup. And Veil is all about controlling that high ground. If you can control that high ground, it gives you effectively autonomy over both major items. And then what does your opponent do in that situation? If you're a heavy, it's not as impactful. You can get that starting stack just from the lights and you can really rush your opponent. But as a medium champion, far more important that you keep the pressure on the major items. And so that's the balance that both these players have to have in this matchup.
Absolutely, and I think in that context, it also really comes down to offsetting item timings, right? That's something that I'm expecting to see here, might be even more important now because they are both medium champions, no heavies, no starting armor to the same extent like you just said. So to try and keep control of both of the items, plus, and this is then mainly for Sparty, to weed out those totems, he's going to be really clever on how he sets up his item rotations. He won't just be able to jump on it the moment it spawns, but he's have to go in with a plan and really kind of space out those item pickups so that he has enough time to keep control of all of them, plus be on the hunt for Avek and those totems.
So just a few things he has to remember then.
Just a few.
Yeah, but I think if we're going to also, don't forget, it really depends on how hard is Spotty going to hit today. Sometimes he runs out the gate and he hits, nigh on 100% rail for the first few minutes of the game, and then you're questioning, well, what can I do in this situation? If he starts missing, that's when the shifting strategy has to come, because Avik will punish you. Avik is probably one of the best players in the world at weapon management, using the right weapon in the right situations, constant pressure. So Sparty has to make sure positioning and aim is on point to manage that pressure, because if it doesn't, and he starts to miss a couple of successive rails, the pressure is going to mount, Avid's going to get control, and there'll be no way back in for him. Obviously, apology guys, we will get into the game as soon as we can, just still dealing with some technical issues with the players, and we should be there very, very shortly, so we appreciate that as we'll be approaching our first map of week 6.
Indeed, and I think that both players are in the lobby and have indeed readied up, so out goes the count to kick things off. This is week 6, season 3 of the Quake Pro League, and we are starting the day with Avek versus Sparty.
Starting on Avek's POV, up on that Galena, has already picked up that heavy, dropped his first totem of the day, halfway to getting his second as well, and this will be the first minute or two of the game. Weeding out your opponent, seeing what's up, getting all the right resources, and for Galena, building that totem fortress. We're 22 seconds into the game. He's 2/3 of the way to an overstack already, fighting for this heavy. Huge rockets coming out from Sparty. A good retaliation from Avek. Sparty picked up that damage. He might be able to clear up the totems, but instead he just decides to reset, go over and pick up that mega health, it looks like, giving Avek a little bit of breathing room. And, up to a minute into this game, and he will probably even have that first overstack.
Like what I'm seeing out of Sparty.
Oh, wow.
Well, not so much that, but he really left the mega up, right? Exactly what I talked about. There's 20 seconds between the items, so he's got a nice offset, but it won't amount to much. That one direct rocket into the rail, 190 damage to the face was enough to give Avek the advantage that he needed, and now the Polish Prince is one frag in the lead and trying to make a move on the mega.
Yeah, I do think that was a little bit of a mistake for Sparty, and this is a huge mistake, as you said. He's the one that did the offset. He's just baiting Avek, trying to get him into the range of that turret. It isn't to be as an amazing rail comes out, but the mistake I was talking about, I think he had enough time to go clear up those totems. He had done so much damage to Avek, there was no way Avek was going to stand his ground to defend that area, and now look at him. He's already got the overstack up twice. This is his second overstack of the game, a minute and a half into it. He's got enough totems down, and he's got all of the items in the split on them. Sparty's standing his ground with the rail, but he's already moved out of position for this mega. Avek doesn't push in though. Sparty trying to take this rail fight. It's not to be. Eaten 3 rails in a row. Avek can clean him up with a rail. No! Somehow Sparty's still alive up top. They're both extremely low. They both get out with their life for now.
How did no one die there? They both stuck around with around 15 HP each. But of course, Avek, he's got that fortress of totems. He can afford to just go and stack right back up. Sparty does not have that luxury, and he will fall once more. And now Avek is in such a good position. The only problem is that he's lacking ammo. He's almost out of rockets, doesn't have LG, finally picks up some more LG ammo, but it's a little late. That's a shame for Avek. If he had lightning gun ammo, I think he would have just pushed through the teleporter and cleaned up yet another frag.
Yeah, I agree, but he's respecting the positioning of the ice and turret as well. I mean, Avek, probably better than anyone in the world, knows how to play around that, and so he will be respecting that up there. But what he's trying to do at this point in time is do damage. A little bit of a mistiming, I think, there, allowing Sparty to get into that mega area. Oh, sorry, that heavy area, should I say. Sparty's now back across, pressuring up on the mega, trying to control that high ground. That's a great effect as well. Avek's walking away, licking his wounds, but it's not the biggest thing in the world because, as we talked about, he has that overstack to play with, and there you go, it's up once again. And it's almost like Avek has a permanent mega in his pocket. He's got 7 seconds to buy us some time and get another overstack. And he's doing such a great job on the defense here. Sparty pushing him with the wrong weapons, just using the tri-bolt, and somehow he gets a trade.
That was the best outcome that Sparty could have hoped for. The initial engagement was good, he had the high ground, but he just wasn't connecting with the rockets, and so a trade was ultimately the best thing he could have got out of that one. Now again, Avek making such good use of that totem. Sparty should fall again, manages to escape with a sliver of health though. Nice tri-bolt actually. That's a fair bit of pressure out of nowhere, and now Avek has to be careful.
He's a little bit early for this Mega. I don't think he knows exactly when it is, but it doesn't even matter at this point. He has timing on it. He's actually pressuring, and there's a bit sloppy. Sparty should have known that was going to happen, and this is what happens. We talked about that snowball early on. If Sparty gives up an early frag, we're 5-0, 4 minutes in. And the overstack has been king so far. We've seen a little bit of use of the turret, but this is what we talked about. The turret is far more situational, whereas those totems, if they're not managed, they're an ever-present threat.
I absolutely love some of the stats here, Dan. Avek has only secured 1 Mega. That was his second. Sparty has 5. And yet, despite that, Avek's HP healed is twice the amount of Sparty's. Literally, just by his totems alone, he is giving himself such an advantage in terms of health that Sparty is just left unable to break through.
And this is what you talked about. Avek doesn't have to expose himself to get the Mega, but what Avek has done a great job of is making sure he pressures the Mega. So even though he didn't want to pick it up prior to now, he was making sure Sparty never had a clean pickup, and the pressure has counted. And Sparty he's in a hard place because he has to raise the tempo even more to get back into this game with 7 frags difference. But the question is, how does he do it without connecting with just multitudes of shots?
Kind of feel like that's become his strategy, no? He's just looking to hit the multitude of shots, and the moment that he can't, then stuff like this happens.
That almost reeks of desperation, though. It's just slightly too obvious now, and 9 frags. Sparty's going to keep the plus forward on, and it's going to be frag after frag, and I hesitate to say it's GG already, but I mean, what is the hope for Sparty at this point? This is the ever-feared snowball we talked about.
50% rail for Avek, 45% LG. The man's aim is on point, and Sparty really needs to be hitting more just to keep this somewhat stable. And if you then add in the totems, then it is a done deal.
Shot. But the totems, there is no overstack. But at this point in the game, it doesn't even matter. 11 to -1. Avek has full control of the entire map. He'll be setting up perfectly for this Mega as well. And now he doesn't even care about building an overstack because he knows how dominant his lead and his positioning is.
And that's sometimes the problem in these matchups, right? There does come a point at which the player manages to take down the totems and clear that out, but by then, it's already too late. Your opponent has made such good use of it. There's really no place left for you to go. Even if Sparty now gets full control and starts running the items, what is he gonna do? 3 minutes for 12 frags? It's just not gonna happen.
And I hesitate to say it, but a big part of it was just not being proactive and clearing the totems after the first minute when he did all of that damage.
Yeah.
He retreated, he went to the high ground, but he had another 10 seconds to spare that he just, I don't want to say wasted, but that's essentially what happened. He went to the high ground, just chilled up there, and that alone probably cost him a couple of frags off the bat. Obviously there was more mistakes after that, but that would have limited the aggression potential from Avek in the opening stages. And you can see there was no looking back from Avek when he got that lead. Yes, there were many errors along the way that Sparty committed, but that alone set Avek up for victory.
The railgun percentage also kind of tells a story on Sparty's end. He started off really solid, 44% rail I saw him hit at one point, and now he's down to just 30. He's really been trying to make something happen with the railgun, pushing in over and over, taking angles that are very difficult, very inconsistent to hit, because like you said, it's kind of desperation right now, and it has been that way for, I feel like, the past 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I get the denial pick of the Ison because you don't want Avik to play it, but at the same time, the way Sparty's been playing, you would have said his strategy would have been more effective with a Sorlag or a heavy champion, you know? Because then at least he has the starting stack to play aggressive and to make some mistakes. You can't afford to be as careless as that when you're playing on an Ison.
I mean, at which point did we see the turret actually meaningfully contribute to Sparty's play, right? Personally, I can't think of any. There were a few situations where the turret did some nice damage at the top of the teleporter, right? When Sparty moved on to Mega, and it distracted his opponent a bit, sure, but it really wasn't any sort of influential ability in the grand scheme of things, and Avik just made perfect use of his totems.
Yeah, it was literally at one time in the opening stages where Avik had to retreat and forfeit the Mega. Apart from that, it's been irrelevant. But as you said, you look at these totems, first 3 or 4 minutes of the game, Avik had an eternal overstack. And as you pointed out, even without the Mega, still massively out-healing his opponent. The efficiency was there, the utility was there, and you see this is why Galena is so feared. People like Base who use it so perfectly, this is why people don't want to play against it. What can you do if your opponent's just got constant overstack? And that's not even to mention just using the totem or using it up to deny areas on the TP. And you have to be an Ison specialist to pull off an Ison, and it didn't look like Sparty was quite there today.
I feel like that was a little bit of an unintended rocket jump of self-damage and then the flow through the LG. Hate to see it when you're a Sparty fan. You love it when you like Avik, but this one is done and dusted. Has been that way for quite a while now. Very, very impressive victory by Avik. 2,500 points of damage, more than his opponent. 6.5k versus 4k, and that is an extremely well-deserved victory.
This is the Avik we want to see. This is the Avik you tune in to this channel to watch, and it's nice to see it. As you pointed out, it's probably not so nice if you're a Sparty or potentially a Sparty fan, but it's still nice to see. And I mean, I have to ask, Flea, you said traditionally these two go back and forth in the series. Do you think we're going to see a 3-0 for one of the first times today?
It could be. It could be. I feel like we've seen a lot of 2-1s this stage, right? Rarely that we just run up with a lot of 3-0s, but it could very well shape up to be one. Happens very rarely, like we said, in the matches between these two specific players, but the way that Avik has been going at it, I don't know, and I'm a little bit worried about Sparty. Now, we did say rather, that especially in the last map, we both favored the Athena pick over the Visor. And on Ruins, we also really liked the Strahd coming out against that Anarchy. So I really do value his odds higher in these next two maps than in the first one.
Yeah, I agree. And like we have to take in context, we've seen Sparty many times, right? We know what to expect from Sparty, and this is actually one of the themes. Sometimes he comes out the gate slow, something doesn't go his way, and he's an emotional player. Let's play it like that, right? And we've seen him get trounced in map 1 and come back to take map 2 and even take a series away. That's just the way Sparty operates. He's very good at the reset, and he often gives up hope quite early on into series, even though he shouldn't do. So you have to take it with a pinch of salt when you see 26 -1. It's not the best score, but Sparty can come back. And to your point, not only does he have a good pick on Ruins, Ruins will give him more breathing space, and that's what Avik didn't give him on this particular map. Plus, Avik is playing the light champion now. He has to be slightly more careful. He can't be as headstrong in his approach. So there is a more manageable game plan for Sparty here, but we definitely need to see better aim, better item control. I mean, better Quake, just put it that way. Better Quake. And in map 3, if he can pull out an amazing Athena, yes, he will be able to exploit the Visor. But there's a long way to go before we get there.
Something else to consider is that it is really historically difficult to play a light champion on Ruins because both of the light armors are in such a precarious position, right? They're kind of at the edge of these open plazas where if you make the move for the item, there's no easy way out. There's not a lot of cover for you to work with. And when you're a light champion and you rely so heavily on those light armor pickups because you have none of your own to begin with, then that can make for some very difficult engagements. And the player who's in control, especially if they're playing a medium champion and they're sitting on that center area of the map, and we know that that is something that Sparty likes to do, it can be so punishing for light champions to just get any sort of foothold in the match. So Sparty definitely has a better chance of coming out on top this time than he did on Veil.
Yep, but then Anarchy is one of the most picked champions on this map for a reason.
Yes.
The inject is incredible on this map. The air control is also incredible on this map. And the split on the two major items means you're generally always guaranteed one of the major items. So you have something to fall back on and you can defend them quite well. So it does work both ways. But you're right. It is a good map for Stroke. He can bully the Anarchy if you get off to an early start, but definitely need to see more item control. You know, just play the basics better from Sparty's POV. And if he could do that, if he can keep in the series, then obviously anything can happen.
And here we are, jumping into the game, starting it off once again on Avic's point of view. Immediately going for those small armors. He knows that Sparty isn't really in the best position to punish yet, but that's a nice rail. And that's completely no armor for Avic, right then? He's got no armor to his name whatsoever. He wants to make a move on the small armor on top, if it's still there. But Sparty's waiting for him. This is exactly what I talked about. Precarious to go for them. And Sparty abuses it.
And there's the Pika, really good use of the Pika as well, realizing that Avic doesn't have the weaponry to play around it. Perfectly played by Sparty, and this is what we want to see now. Just play it slower, play positional. There you go with the rails connecting. These are just elements of his game we didn't see in map 1. Yes, Avic got away and picked up that Mega, but that's okay. Sparty's playing the mid ground, he's controlling this rail, and you talked about it in map 1. If Sparty can prevent Avic picking up this rail, very little he can do. And yes, there'll always be a time he will get it. The question is how long. Oh my god, what an air rocket from Avic! Raining down the pain. Sparty's not afraid, he's coming back out with the Pika coming back up. He knows that Avic still doesn't have any weaponry or stacks. He wants to keep this pressure on. He's a little bit late for the Mega, doesn't connect, and now he's actually got himself in a little bit of trouble. Using the Pika early on, and these are the type of the mistakes we just don't want to see, but there's Sparty things.
That was uncalled for though, that drop by Avic. Straight onto that LG, and then the rail to finish him off. He absolutely didn't need to surrender a frag there, could have fallen back onto the heavy, which was significantly delayed.
You see the game plan. This is almost old school Avic. He knew he was probably going to die in exchange for the next frag. That's what Avic he builds his game around. It's slightly harder to execute in Quake Champions and to keep that snowball up, but he is more than willing to throw away his life to do damage, to respawn and come back again. And that's what he's done. And he's got himself control, and he's got himself a huge split between these major items.
He's also really not holding on to the inject too long. Pretty much the moment that he's got it available, he just pushes it, right? He wants to build an increase in that late game stack. That's what he's going for right now. He wants to always be ready for that surprise peeker, Sparty trying to set up a trap.
Oh,
and it's working out nicely.
Word. I mean,
gorgeous LG.
Yeah, and that's what Avic could do so well. He just punishes the smallest mistakes. Good follow-up rail from Sparty. Has he gone too deep though? He's connected with 3. And he's given away a frag, but can he do what Avic does? Can he come back and predict where his opponent's going to be? The inject's up, and that's the challenge now. And Avic is more than ready for it. Nearly connects with a second. And Sparty, he has to scuttle away. He's going to have to forfeit this Mega now, and probably forfeits his life in the process. Inject comes out. A rail does come out as well, but it's all in vain as Avic is also punishing these spawn frags.
And that's exactly what I was talking about when I said that Sparty sometimes plays a little carefree, right? Just off the bat, nothing but a railgun. 1, 2, 3 hits, falls just short on the last one. But still, valiant effort, and now he uses the peeker to just straight up block Avic from entering the room. Gets himself a nice frag. Little time between the major items, but Avic is starving for weapons. Doesn't really have much to work with, and of course Sparty wants to keep him away from the LG, wants to keep him away from rockets for mega spawns. Oh no.
Yeah, and Sparty is probably one of the more careless players of the spawn. You see so many times he gets punished just by not respecting his opponents off the spawn, but at the same time, Avik is one of the best at pressuring opponents off the spawn, and so this is why it makes for such a snowball matchup. Because every time Avik's getting these frags against Sparty, it's almost guaranteed a second, it feels like. So that's just an area of the game that Sparty just needs to focus more on.
Both players just falling back in their respective items. I love how much of this game has been played without a complete arsenal. Avik, for example, still doesn't have the rockets to work with. Doesn't really need them either. Just look at that LG.
Oh, what a rocket.
Yeah, nice retaliation shot, 100 to the face. That is going to buy Sparty the breathing room he needs to set up for Heavy. But is Avik going to let him? Is he going to make a move? Actually, Sparty.
Oh,
that
what
was...
are you doing on there?
Yeah, I really don't know what that was about.
You would have thought he would have just set up by the jump pad. The
Yeah.
standard defensive place where you can get out, but took a risk, wanted to go for the Mega, and 7-3 after 5 minutes. It's looking better than map 1. That's the consolation message I have here, but still not looking great for the Swede as Avik sets up down below. And this is what we expected Sparty to do just 30 seconds ago, and it's instead Avix is doing it. He also picks Sparty off over by the light armor, exposing him there. He also will probably just rocket jump up here and get himself another frag and a mega health. Sparty sticking around with the rail. The lovely Pika once again, but actually just dodges past him. Balls of steel, and here comes another frag off the spawn as we talked about.
That kind of pressure is proving too much for Sparty to deal with, it seems. The Peekers also, it feels like most of them are being used, you know, as like a desperate last resort, right? Not calculated to apply pressure. We saw a few of them, especially in the opening minute or two, but right now it kind of feels like, oh, I gotta jump back, throw out the Peeker and hope for the best, and sometimes it works, but more often than not it just doesn't. And Avik has been getting quite a few easy frags by just making use of the Peeker.
And at the same time, a lot of Spotty's game plan now feels like I'm just going to rush through rail and kind of hope I connect with 4 in a row. He's not managing these frags. He's not building into them. It's all or nothing plays once again as he comes flying down with the rail, but Avik is set up for that. He's also got the inject up just in time here to recoup and pick up some lights and restack. Spotty has done pressure though to win himself the items. But he's also running out of time. Avik's in position once again to put the pressure on. Pika comes out to deny the position, but Avik is just going to defend this choke point, and Spotty doesn't really feel like he has any choice except to continue and advance. He hits a nice rail on the drop down, but look at the health exchange here. Sparty is left with nothing once again.
And this is an awful time for the Swede to fall without stack. Just seconds before the heavy spawn that is going to give it to Avik for free. And now he can simply pick up on the rotation that Sparty had carefully managed to secure himself, right?
Oh.
Oh no, and off the spawn as well.
Yeah.
No, that's 4 in a row, Sparty. Any semblance of a game plan he had, then it's all falling apart now.
Oh, it's not going to plan.
Heavy is up and Avik, a little bit of a miss time right there. Not sure what that was all about. He was just waiting for the small armor while Heavy was up and ultimately gave it up to Sparty. But at this stage of the game, does it still matter?
No, I don't think it does. 2 minutes to go, 8 frags the difference. Yeah, you can even see Sparty not happy with something. Let's just call it performance. And yeah, you know, we're 12-5 now. 5 or 6 frags were spawn frags. You know, 3 of them probably were avoidable. Small things like that make such a big difference, but at the same time, Avik's been on fire. It's as simple as that. He looks so good, and this is what happens when Avik gets into his rhythm and he begins to feel himself. It's incredibly scary. But I didn't feel that Sparty had a particular game plan here. When things started to go a bit array, it was, I'm going to just charge and try to hit as many rails as I can.
The last time it was a 3-0 between these two players then was way back in October of 2019. So
Wow.
well over 2.5 years ago. Let's see if Sparty can avoid that, if he can make something happen on the final map and, yeah, avert calamity. Clearly, he wants to get that final map. Let's not forget, these are essentially money matches right now. Every single map counts and can pad the wallet a bit more, so Sparty still has that motivation to push through for at least one map win. But can he do it?
We'll have to see. Otherwise, it's changing the precedent, which I'm sure Spotty doesn't want. He's had a decent season so far, but this has just looked another level for him today, and it's, you have to credit Avec with an amazing performance, but also slightly disappointed with the way Sparty's been playing as well, both in terms of just clinicalness, but also general strategy. Not his best day at the office.
Sparty's hitting 49% rail, very nice, but Avic's hitting 60%, and that's, yeah. I also feel like Sparty's rails, they were good, at times they were very good, but he counted on it too much, right? And 4 in a row to just go all in on that and basically gamble with yet another life that you will hit 1, 2, 3, 4 shots consecutively, that's too tall of an ask, and he should not be putting himself in those kinds of situations.
And that's exactly it. He puts a lot of pressure on himself to have the clinicalness to execute. Whereas many of these positions Avec was forging, you could see they were more calculated. He was working out where his opponent's going to be, and it made the angle easier, made the opportunity easier. And when the snowball began to come, it was really, really hard for Sparty to get back into the game. And Avec was more than happy to engage in these rail duels, which made it look a bit worse than it was. So really well played by Avec. Spotty did hit more rail overall, 2,300 damage to just under 2,000. But everything else across the board there, the LG there, 1,000 more from Avec. Just pickups in general, far more from Avec. Spotty has to rethink, and at least now we're going into the final map. He's got the Athena against the Visor. Question is, can he get the control on the high ground? Because if you can keep that bridge control as a Visor, it doesn't really matter that you're slow, because the Athena has to come to you, or you have a piercing sight to use the rail around him. So Spotty has to make particular emphasis to make sure he dislodges Visor from that bridge.
And I think that a key part of achieving that is hitting his shots, right? And that's something that he's not been too consistent in so far today. Sometimes, you mentioned it yourself before the series even started, you get Sparty hitting, what, 80% railgun, something absolutely nuts like that in the opening half of the game. That just hasn't really happened today, and of course it shouldn't to get those kinds of results, but his technicalities, his aim, they need to be on point if he wants to prevent Visor from setting up shop. I think one of the early spawn, right off the bat, is going to be quite important, because a key part of Sparty's strategy will be trying to deny that rail. So let's see how that pans out. We're loading into the map right now. We're going to jump into the game in just a second. I think this is the most interesting matchup of the series so far, right? In terms of champions.
I think so, and map as well. You know, it is back new to the map pool, but even still, it is a newer map for the players. And as you said, the champion matchup is probably the most unbalanced on paper. I think the more worrying thing for me about the way Spotty's been playing, and I think it's a symptom of him when he feels the pressure, is it's almost entirely rail based. Virtually zero use of the LG versus zero use of any other hits gun weapon or even the rockets. It's just rail after rail, and if it's not working, what is your plan B? And that's what I want to see more with Sparty, is just have a more balanced game plan.
Sparty did get a good spawn, immediately managed to take away the railgun, deny it from Avec. So he is exactly where he wants to be. Oh, now he's getting real close, and he doesn't have anything to fight mid-range. Ah, that is critical miscalculation right there, ZSX. He was in a good position to just hold the rail, make a move for heavy, but instead he overextended for that small armor, and it paid with his life.
Yeah, and you can't afford to do that as an Athena. You have to be entirely conscious of where your opponents are, because you're just incredibly squishy, incredibly vulnerable. So not the best start from Sparty. The piercing sight comes out. He's going to just dodge that rocket, but he's now being chased down, and he knows exactly where his opponent is, and Avik is off to a flying start already.
Sparty getting railed off spawn. Oh, what a beautiful shot. And indeed, you mentioned it yourself, Avik so good on the weapon usage, right? Knows exactly when to switch away from railgun to the heavy machine gun to just clean it up safely and quickly. Sparty had an opportunity. If he had landed that shot, he would have been able to take the bubble, the small armor, get in position for heavy, but he misses the critical rail once again.
He does indeed, and he's already 4-0 down. This is a map we normally see quite low scores on in context. Sparty not willing to go down that route. But on the bright side, all things considered, he's got Avik slightly on the back foot. No, my word, what a rocket through the doorway! Sparty, he knew the timing, but so did Avik, and that's why that rocket was perfect.
Avik always manages to turn it back around because he was in a bad position. He overextended for that fight at heavy, right? Missing all of his rails, every single one of them, whereas Sparty did consistent machine gun damage. And so it was Avik who was really in a bad spot, but that one gorgeous rocket, that rail combo, that's just all he needs. And now it's really starting to slip out of Sparty's grasp, and it's only 2.5 minutes in.
I feel slightly ill. This is just going from bad to worse for Sparty, and as strong as Athena can look, yes, it's GG. Oh boy, as strong as Athena can look, if it's not going your way, like you're just dead. Oh man.
Did you save one of those vomit bags from the airplane that you were on just now? This looks like you might need it.
Yeah.
Sickening, indeed. Sparty's just checking out at this point.
Yeah. Which is unfortunate, but you know, the 2-1 system is now gone. This will be inevitably a 3-0 as Sparty is just gone gung-ho at this point, and Avik is making Athena look slow. He knows exactly where he is, he knows exactly what's going on, and Sparty, unfortunately, is not even trying to avoid his opponent at this point.
Hate to see it. 11 frags in just 3.5 minutes. We might be headed for a record at this point in this season of the Quake Pro League. If this keeps up, Avik might be hitting a tremendously high scoreline.
We can't have Sparty losing 1-1, 2 maps in one single series. That is not a good look. There's not much to say at this point. You have to credit Avik with a good day at the office, particularly on the aim front. Looked incredibly clinical, and he's shown already, particularly in the last 2 maps, just how well he reads his opponent. Some of the rockets, some of the predictions, the positioning he takes to make the rail shots easy. When Avik plays this well, this is why he's seen as championship material. It's just the consistency is always a big question mark that sits over Avik. On the Sparty front, we've seen these weeks from Sparty, and it's obviously not the best to witness it live, but this is what can happen in the Pro League. If you're not on your 100% game, you'll get punished.
A 3-0 once again. First time in a very, very long time. Talked about it earlier. October 2019 was the last time that one player so decisively beat the other in this matchup. Other than that, I'm just reviewing some of their previous matches, and it really has just been a constant back and forth. Avik wins, Sparty wins, Sparty wins, Avik wins, Avik wins, Sparty wins, Sparty wins. It's just a constant exchange, and always, or almost always, 2-1, so close. Yes, one player ultimately needs to be the one to win, but it's always been a hard-fought battle. But today, Avik just rolled over his opponent.
Yeah, and you know, putting it in context of the season, this is the first time Sparty's lost 3-0. He's 2-2 in series, but every single series he's lost, which was Maxter and, reminding myself, CNZ, he took a map of both players. You know, both these players are very, very good. Maxter is 2-0 series. CNZ took a map of Rafa. He's been looking phenomenal this stage so far. So for Avic to come out and do this, it's scary. And, you know, we talked in the intro about one of the reasons why this particular matchup may have gone back and forth so often. It is the styles, the fact that Sparty can thrive off the aggression when he's playing well, but this is also the other side of the coin. When he's not playing well and he continues to match fire with fire, Avic is going to ruin you. And that's exactly what we've seen today. You know, 16 to -1. The first map also went to -1. It's just been a bloodbath.
I feel like there might be something more, you know, that's troubling Sparty than just the game, right? They were talking in lobby chat in between matches, and even after the first map, then Sparty was already saying, let's get this over with. That's what he said, literally. Let's just get it over with, right? Jump into the next map fast, as soon as possible. Go, go, go. His heart just wasn't in it for some reason, and he didn't play the way that we would expect him to.
Well, let's hope everything's okay on his end, but
Yeah.
it's been not a good day in the office for poor old Sparty, and it's not the first time we've seen such scorelines. It's just very rarely we see it all in one particular series. So Avic will pick up the 3-0 inevitably in a couple of minutes' time. Until then, we can just continue to enjoy somewhat the massacre.
And what a massacre it is. Now, of course, Sparty, he's a tried and tested veteran, right? I don't think he's going to be troubled by this too much going into the next weeks. He will absolutely be able to shed this loss, as brutal as it may be, and keep his head held high.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. He is now back to 0, so he won't be going probably -1 for twice in the series.
Still 2 minutes left to
There's
go.
still time. There is still time.
There is still time. Yeah, indeed there is. Yeah, what more is there to be said? Extremely one-sided. Oh, Sparty actually has a shot. One decent rocket will put him at least on the scoreboard with 1 frag. I'm sure there's a lot of people in chat who want to see it end that way. Come on, Sparty. Just 1. But Avic is going to secure the heavy. It's a decent stack to work with. He's got the Holy Trinity in his hand. Still a lot of work for the Swede even to get that 1 frag. Avic is just... Avic! Yeah. Avic won. That's all there is to be said.
I love Avic's aiming style. I don't know why, I just like that. Kind of like, I don't know. It's satisfying to watch.
It really is, isn't it? And it's also so effective. I still remember DreamHack Winter 2018, when there were 2v2 still going on, and it was, I think, Rafa versus Avic in the finals, and Rafa was so high in his praise, saying Avic's aim, it's absolutely insane. It's unlike anything we've seen in a long time. No one is beating him in terms of damage output, in terms of hitting his shots, and that is just something that Avic has been displaying again today.
Yeah, it's something you just can't even appreciate when you watch him until you're in game with him. It's insane. It's his weapon choice, it's the way he approaches fights, it's just the damage output is unparalleled. It doesn't always come across on broadcast, but everyone can appreciate it, and it's incredibly intimidating, and you've seen the consequence of it today. If a player tries to go toe-to-toe without having a right strategy, they'll get destroyed. So you have to then look at other players who beat an Avic and say, you know, kudos. That's a hard task. And there's been, you know, Nosford beating Avic 2-1 last week. It's possible, but you've got to have a clear strategy and you've got to go at it in the right way. And nothing went well for Sparty today. Literally nothing. And this is what happens.
And we were still hoping, right, after that first map, that it was just unfortunate pick and ban, but nope. Even when we felt he had the advantage in terms of matchups, still didn't go his way. And I think it immediately went sour in this final map, right? Sparty, in my opinion, got the dream spawn to kick things off with. He couldn't have hoped for a better way to start. he sends on heavy, which you want to get when you're a light champion, and he can immediately pick up the railgun, denying it from Havoc. And that is what we both agreed. That should be his strategy. That's the way he wants to approach this. But then, that one mistake, overextending for that small armor, and he had nothing to find at medium or close range, and Havoc had the LG to work with, it all just fell apart from there.
Well, we will be moving on as Avik really had his go at the punching bag today and will take a fairly comfortable, when I say fairly, I mean unbelievably easy 3-0. Give him some confidence going into future weeks. He started the best start to the season. So, you know, it's good for Avik to kickstart it. We expect him to be higher up in the leaderboard. Sparty, I'm sure, will be praying he has a week off next week to recoup from the battering, as it was not his week. But he's sitting now at 2 at 3, so it's not the worst. He's definitely not in the potential relegation zone at this point in time, but he could very easily find himself there if he doesn't pick it up very, very soon. But we will be moving on, and we'll jump over to a quick break, and we'll see you back in a few minutes' time. And welcome back. I hope you've all recovered from what was probably one of the most one-sided matchups we've seen in QPL history, and we'll be going on to one that will hopefully be a lot more even. We have Rafa against Dramis. Rafa already sitting up in first, but Dramis a respectable mid-level 2-2, and he's taken out Venga and Razy. So if you continue that form, there's only one person left to take out, which is Rafa. Is it going to be today, Flea?
I don't know. I mean, you said that Rafa was not going to go undefeated this stage. So is Dramis going to be the one to make it happen? Historically, if we look at their match history, I think that the go-to answer would be a resounding no. So far, Rafa has won every one of their engagements, typically in a 3-0 fashion, but that Dramis from back then is not the same as we are seeing today. You mentioned it yourself, right? He's taken down both of the top Maestro players. Both Wenger and Razy have fallen to him in previous weeks, and that is quite the accomplishment. So if anyone can take down Rafa, then could just as well be Dramis.
I mean, there's always someone in the season that you don't expect that can take out Rafa. Hopefully it is today. I don't say hopefully, that sounds biased. It might be today, but either way, I think Dramis is somebody for me that has showed a brand new side of his game. I think he's been exceptionally good and stable throughout the QPL, but ever since Iron Fist, even since QCon, he's come up a level. He's somebody that has almost Sparty-esque in some areas, like incredible flair, but he's bringing more ingredients into his game. He's bringing more stability and strategy into his game. We know he loves the fast champions. We know he likes to be aggressive, but we have seen him now managing items better, playing defensive when he needs to do. And this could be a day where he poses a challenge to Rafa, because we know that Rafa notoriously struggles against people that can play a fast, aggressive, heavy aim-based game. And that's what Quake is. If you hit more shots than Rafa, you're in for a good day and you have a chance. Rafa obviously has counters to that. So let's see what we have, though, in the picks and bans. Rafa off the bat, banning the slash. Respect ban coming out. We start on Vale once again, and instead of the medium champions, we got what you said, Flea, a heavy versus heavy in Keel versus Sorag. We've seen this a lot of times. Is there a favor here in terms of just champions alone for you?
Oof, between Sorag and Keel, to me, they're pretty much equal. They're both S tier when it comes to this map, right? Sorlag, she has a bit of an advantage when it comes to, of course, the mobility, the air control, plus she doesn't take damage from the acid on the floor either. But on the other hand, that burst damage that you have with Keel, those grenades can be so effective at area denial, keeping your opponent off the mega, off the heavy, spamming the teleporter exit. It's so powerful. So even though you're a bit slower, if you run into your opponent at close range, you should have the upper hand. So between these two, I really can't say. I feel like we've seen both win and beat the other out plenty of times in the past. Now, looking at this matchup with these players, I personally think that Rafa has the better pick, just because I suspect that he will be able to make more out of that mobility in terms of putting his strategies into play, right? Rafa, the resident professor, so good at strategizing 5 steps ahead. If you then give him a mobility advantage over his opponent as well, that is going to be difficult for Dramis to counter.
You say that, but Dramis is the one that picked the Keel.
Indeed, yeah.
He was offered the opportunity to pick the Sorag and he chose the Keel. I feel that partly is a denial pick against Rafa, because we know Rafa would pick that up anyway. Scale Bearer ignored, though. That's all I'm going to have to say. But Rafa loves Vale. He picks it all the time. But it's often a map he has lost. And he has probably lost more than any of the map that he plays. So we'll have to see. If Dramis can get a bit of a lead, as we saw in Avvet Body, and his rail begins to connect and he plays those angles, it could be quite hard for Rafa. We'll have to see. Moving on, though. Deep Embrace. Straight up picked the Athena, which obviously we know he is entirely proficient at, probably the best Athena in the world, but I do like the counter pick of the Ranger there. Gives him that burst potential with the orb. The rocket jump is incredibly useful on Deep Embrace, and so I really do like that pick. And then lastly, getting onto Awoken, Anarchy versus Nyx. That is really interesting and not a particularly usual matchup for a map like Awoken.
Yeah, indeed. 2 light champions, not a lot of stack to go with. Dramis has got, of course, just the speed over his opponent, but that vertical mobility that Nyx offers with the wall jump can be so useful around the LG side of the map as well as the center area. So that is also going to be a very interesting matchup. Now, of course, let us first dive into the first course of this menu, Veil of Nav. Sorlag versus Keel. I've been told that both players are ready in the lobby, so we should be joining them any second now. ZSX, gotta ask, predictions. What do you think? Does Dramus have what it takes? Will he be one to take another map from Rafa at this stage? So far only CNZ has managed to do so, or could he go even beyond that and secure the total victory?
I don't feel a Dramus victory today. I think Rafa's been looking incredibly solid, and Dramus definitely has it in his locker if he plays to the utmost of his potential. I just feel that Rafa has his number. I'm dreading it's going to be a 3-0 to Rafa. I'm gonna be optimistic and say 2-1 Rafa though.
Okay. I'll join you on that one. Just a little bit of optimism, right? I think that there's a lot of people. I already had my eye on chat a little bit. I saw quite a few Dramus fans. So guys, don't forget, put some of those channel points on the line. You can now make your prediction. Who do you think is going to win? I think that some people might be able to make some real big gains happen on the channel points market today. And with that being said, we are running through the warm-up. It has come to an end, so now we are getting ready for the first map of this series. We've got Liquid Rafa versus Dragonborn Esport Dramus, kicking off our second series of the day.
I will say I think this is probably, of all the three, the strongest opportunity for Dramus. He's very good on Veil. Heavy versus heavy, it can be messy at the best of times, so you can go toe-to-toe, but the question is, can he get in? And big grenades into shotgun combo. Rafa doesn't even blink at that, though, as Dramus was more than ready. He's taken quite a lot of damage, but there you go. There's the rail. There's the angle. And this is where Dramus can be strong. He is so good with that rail. Keep Rafa at bay, keep chipping away at him, and as you said, use the burst potential of those grenades if he needs to in the mid-ground. Good start by Dramus, though, as he'll be able to pick up both these major items. Rafa's ready for it, though. He hits on the drop-down. And there's a follow-up. Just 5 HP remaining.
I have no idea how Dramus did not get hit by that acid spit. It felt like it went everywhere around Heavy, and somehow he just managed to dodge it all. Ultimately, the result is the same. Rafa tying it up 1-1, now in a strong position for Heavy as well. Dramus perhaps a little too aggressive with the drop down. Base with his life, but oh!
Whoa!
Good spawn, good rail, and now he's in position to take Mega.
I think he counted on his grenades hitting or doing more damage than they did in the first engagement, but either way, with the follow-up frag, actually the best situation for him. They're still at 1-1. But Dramus in perfect position with all the items, all of the weapons he needs. Setting up early, they do exchange rails though, so nice read by Rafa there, as Dramus was the one that had the advantage on the low ground, but he's more than ready for Rafa in the corner and traps him once again. And I will hark back to it. I think when we get into this heavy situation, this is where sometimes Rafa's strategy can skew too much towards the aggression. We're not seeing it already, but he can bank too much on just being a heavy, tanky champion. And this is where we have seen him slip up in the past. It's what he lost against CNZ on when he was playing a heavy matchup. So we'll have to see how he manages it. He's got Dramus trapped on the low ground, but what a rail that was. The retaliation from Rafa is good. Dramus is a little bit early. If he steals it, that's the best he could offer, and he has done so. The question is, can he get in onto this Mega before Rafa?
He needs another rail. Oh, somehow Dramus just pushes on through, picks up an LG, switches as he goes through the teleporter, and takes out Rafa, who pushes. Just like you said, right? The aggression kind of biting Rafa in the butt right there. And earlier, at the very beginning of this map too, Rafa survived with what, 5 HP and 5 points of armor? Really almost went terribly wrong for him, so he has to be mindful of how much he wants to push Dramus, because his opponent is hitting hard, and you've always got to be wary of those pineapples, the grenades. Oh, Dramus. I don't know what that was. He tried to go for a rocket jump with rail out and then kind of took a bad rail. At an inopportune time.
Nice. Little flick rail there he set up earlier. Rafa's on the high ground, but he's already eaten a lot of damage. He's sticking around, but he's been hit by a grenade. Dramus is there, and Rafa's actually trapped on the high ground. He's hit a nice rail, though. They're both pretty low. Long time before this Mega. That would give Dramis time to sneak around the map, pick up a couple of lights and restack. Rafa's just playing around this heavy. He's eating a rail though. Is he going to stick around for this Mega? The question is, he is, but he's going to pay for it. 4-2 now. Dramis getting the upper hand of his engagements. Rafa pushing in aggressively, but eating a rail for his troubles as well. And Dramis, he looks cool, calm and collected.
Dramis is playing this really well. I also just like how proactive he was right there. Instead of going straight for the Mega, he dropped back down, opened the doorway, and got that free rail in, knowing that Rafa would not have a long-distance weapon to counter him. So he just went for a bit of free damage right there. Good place, nice and proactive, and now he's got a big stack advantage too, but it's Rafa who's got the positioning on the Mega.
He should probably get out of here. He's thinking between two lines. He's gone through the TP, but a lovely grenade there. Rafa hasn't picked up the Mega either. Dramis coming out on top, and he is looking absolutely solid.
Grenades coming through clutch, right? We were talking about it earlier. Spardy didn't make that much use out of his ability to turret, but this is absolutely the complete opposite.
Wow.
Dramis, so much damage. Rafa isn't going anywhere, can't even get the final shot off. And that's a 4-point lead for the Dragonborn esports player already.
And what I like is you talked about how he might be struggling with the speed, but he's playing slow and calculated. He's playing the angles really, really well. And it seems that Rafa's getting stuck into that trap of hoping or banking on just a stack to get him into this game. He's taking riskier moves than we would normally see him do. And Dramis is punishing that so far. Good exchange by Rafa though. He will win himself this Mega. The question is, will Dramis hit a rail? Yes, he does. Rafa has actually dropped down. I don't know if Dramis has noticed. He has now. Can't hit a second though, but the first one was a big one. It was before the pickup though, and that is why Rafa can push on through and eventually get that frag.
Both players hitting 60% rail, so neither missing much. Oh, this is tricky for Rafa. Kind of fumbling the weapon switches. Lucky to escape there. One bullet would have finished him off in the machine gun. Yeah, a little bit of a fumble, I feel like. Just caught out with the rail and then just going for the spit to get some kind of damage out while still taking that LG ping to the face. That gave Dramis basically the Mega for free. Put Rafa in such a bad position. He managed to survive. He's still outstacked.
Yeah, Dramis getting the upper hand of his exchanges. He's missed out on that Mega though. That is a bit of a mistake. Nice cut off by Rafa though. Even though he lost out on the initial damage, he's done his job here. And this is where the Rafa can begin to work back into it, but he's out of ammo. He didn't even notice, and that's come back to bite him.
Oh, the click! The click! Nothing left.
Characteristic from Rafa.
Oh, nice combo there.
Ready, yep. Big combo. Rafa's eating it. He's just going to have to stick around and try and hit another rail, but he hasn't. 8-3 Flea. 3.5 minutes to go. We said this is the map we saw Dramis winning on, and so far he's proving us right.
But if there's anyone capable of mounting this kind of a comeback, it is Rafa. And Dramis, yeah, he was way too early.
Yeah,
jumping on the heavy, and then he tried to get back, right? He jumped on the heavy, realized he was a few seconds too soon, tried to get back into cover, and then nope, the flow just took him out.
But this is the first time all map long in the last 7 minutes where Rafa has a huge stack advantage. And this is where the speed comes into play, because now Rafa can get on his opponent, but no, the burst damage from the Dramis is insane! Rafa's being bounced around like a pinball. He's got the frag, but it's taken him nearly 200 stack. And Dramis, if he gets a lucky spawn, might be able to get the frag here before Rafa gets in. He does!
He still picked it up. So he still denies the armor pickup to Dramis. But this is so good. Look at these rails, Dan. Look at these rails. Mega spawns. He can't stick around any longer. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of here, no. And that gap, just moments ago, he had a 5-point lead. Now it's dwindled to just 3. And he can feel Rafa just breathing down his neck. Those are some good plays. He's not letting Rafa bully him around. He's still rising up to the occasion. Still playing a really grounded game, and it's working for him.
Exactly. He's going toe-to-toe with Rafa. I mean, his rail has been unbelievable. And ever since that one mistake on the heavy, His timing's been on point, he's getting in the right positions, and he's playing slow and calculated. He's making sure that Rafa doesn't have the autonomy just to run at him. You can see how careful he is maneuvering into the right positions, cutting off the angles, and doing the pre-damage. This time is half a second too early, and Rafa makes it pay, but with a minute and a half to go, Rafa has to go balls to the wall for the next minute and a half to really force his comeback, which gives Dramis a bit of license defensive. However, he cannot afford to just forfeit these items. He needs to make himself felt.
4 frags in a minute 15. It is possible. We've seen Rafa do it. I vividly remember it on this very map. But with this stack, how is he landing these shots? This is incredible.
He had no right to hit 3 rails in a row there. Absolutely. And that alone might have won in this game. If he didn't hit those shots, very strong chance Rafa gets at least 1 frag, and now Rafa has to play extra careful because he knows Dramis is there. He said another 2 rails!
GG.
Someone check that. He's just not missed a single shot for the past 2 minutes. Unbelievable.
Someone check him PC. I think that is most definitely in order right now. 4 frags, half a minute. Not gonna happen, not even with the speed and the momentum that Sorlag has, because then we gotta keep in mind, right, the heavy starting stack. Even if Rafa finds his opponent with nothing, Dramis still has the grenades. He still has that starting armor to work with. And now Rafa, yeah, he gets another frag, but even if he finds him off the spawn, he just doesn't have the stack to work with, and now Dramis can run down the clock, and that is going to result in Rafa losing out on the very first map.
We said we could definitely see a 2-1, at least being a 2-1. We said this was the map we favored Dramis to win of all of them. On that performance, he can definitely come back into it. It was heavily rail-based, and that is slightly easier to execute when you're a heavy champion yourself. We're moving away from that now, and I don't know why. This happens, I said it. Rafa picks Veil, he picks a heavy, and he loses. That's been, I want to say a running theme, but it's happened many times for Rafa where he's lost this map, heavy versus heavy, and yet he keeps banging his head against the wall and saying it's the best thing for him. Credit to Dramis, but he can't. I guess the question is, can he consistently hit 80% rail? Because if he didn't hit 2, 3, 4 of those rails, there is a good chance Rafa wins that map.
I think it's funny looking back at the picks and bans that it's Dramis who took Corrupted Keep out of the map pool, the only map that doesn't have a railgun, which is proving to be instrumental to that first map victory. Now looks like Rafa's going for a quick restart, make sure that everything is as smooth as it can be for map 2. Map 2, of course, will be Deep Embrace, Rafa running the Athena, and we all know how good Rafa is with that champion, one of the absolute best in the world, and Dramis is looking to counter that with the Ranger.
I like the Ranger. It has the burst potential, has the follow-up potential, it has the getaway potential, it has a lot of utility. You have to play optimal to beat an Athena on this map, but if Dramis can string together rails against the Athena, we know how squishy she is. And so it could be hard for Rafa. I'm still going to favor Rafa though. We know how powerful he is with that Athena. But Dramis has come to play today.
He is. Absolutely. The man isn't pulling any of his punches. And if he can make similar plays happen, if he can land rails, he doesn't need to even hit a consistent 80%. He just needs to land the shots when they matter the most. And if he can do that, if he can find those critical hits, while also making good use of the rocket jumps, which is of course favor Ranger because of his passive, and then just play aggressive, right? Timing the orb nicely, I could see this going in Dramis' favor then, absolutely. Is it likely? No, but still.
It's a 20-25% chance for Dramis. So obviously heavily favoring Rafa, as it rightly should. But Dramis has been getting better and better. And as we said before, in the past, he probably would have overcommitted. But there was maybe 1 or 2 mistakes in that entire map. He played it so well. It was slow, it was calculated. He was reading Rafa. He was managing the choke points. all the key ingredients he needed to do to win that map, and he did it flawlessly. Coupling that with some incredible rails on the offense and then subsequently the defense, you could see Rafa getting frustrated, and he's probably gone out to take a slight breath, a restart, as he does when he loses, mentally reset. But Dramis has to keep that momentum up for sure, because if he can and he can string those clutch rails together, he can absolutely rattle Rafa.
Yes. What an upset it would be then if Rafa were to lose this, and if he were to lose it to a fellow American, right? So many people have been talking, oh, we've integrated the brackets, now Rafa has to play against the best that Europe has to offer. He is going to lose at one point during these weeklies. Now imagine if Dramis ends up being the one to do him in. That would be quite the twist, as we are indeed loading into this map. So just a few seconds before we kick off map 2. Looking at the bets, still heavily favoring Rafa, but the split is pretty much exactly what you were talking about, Dan. 25% in favor of Dramis, and then 75 voting Rafa. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I think, can't remember the last time an American beat Rafa. I mean, we've seen Zenecu beat Rafa, we've seen Max to beat Rafa, we've seen Wenger beat Rafa, but an American? Didn't know there was Quakers in America.
Well, Dramis is definitely a Quaker at heart. He's got nothing left to prove. All he has to do is secure one more map victory, whereas Rafa has got to go back-to-back and secure both of these next 2 maps. Now we're seeing a very slow start. Neither player really going in aggressively. Just 18 points of damage have been dealt so far.
This is what Rafa will want. He'll want it to be steady. He'll want to forge his way into this game. He's already experienced the aggression and the rail from Dramis, so the respect is going to be there for sure.
Oh. Nicely done by Dramis, just taking it barely to the top and then dropping back down. This is some good positional play from Rafa, and Dramis, oh no, can he do it? Not this time though, not this time. 2 rails in a row, close combat ones too. Going for that third, but Rafa nipped that in the butt immediately. Aggression with the hook, closing the gap, and just not giving his opponent even the time to fire off another shot.
No, and you can see Rafa not even peeking now. He's going to do a little bit of damage here or there, but absolute respect coming out. 1-0 lead, and he's going to play that positional game so well. He's going to have to. It's a little bit easier on Veil when you're a heavy to force your way onto the high ground. You can't afford to do that on deep embrace. You've got to be more calculated.
What? Dramis pushed that? So aggressive. All he had was the super shotgun. But I think that's kind of how you have to play if you want to take down Rafa. If you play an orthodox match, you're not gonna get anywhere. You need to take him by surprise. You need to take these fights and make him go bullshit, right? That's how you have to take on Rafa. And that's exactly what Dramis was going for right there. Didn't pan out in that engagement, but that is keeping Rafa on his toes. Nice. I can guarantee you that. Pushes like that, the man is watching his back.
But at the same time, to make those work, it has to be perfect with a little bit of luck. And if it's not, Rafa's going to capitalize upon it, and he's going to take everything away from you. And then, before you know it, you're 5-0 down with no items. 1 HP, though. Rafa taking his time to get some health just before the pickup. This is a little bit of an opportunity now for Dramis. He's going to have to make this one count. There's a long time before the Mega, so Rafa will needle his way across, do some chip damage from afar. Doesn't want to play Dramis' game whatsoever. Dramis is actually going to back off before the pickup, so he gets away with that one.
I don't know about that one. He landed a very nice rail. Rafa was really low. He was in position to take it. I don't think Rafa would have tried to hook back up there with just 30 points of health. But then Dramis dropped, and yeah, that gave his opponent the opportunity to still get on the item. And not just the heavy, but the Mega as well. And now Dramis still struggling, unable to get a foothold on this map. Not doing a whole lot of damage with these rockets either. That's a lot of near misses. It's gotta be frustrating.
Yeah, and Rafa's baiting and goading him almost, but you can still see, even though he's got the lead, even though he has the stack, he's still playing respectful. And That's exactly what he needs to do at this point in time. And Dramus, he's making more mistakes here, as you pointed out. There's a couple of times he's been over in that heavy area, and he's almost forfeited it. And now he's called out once again, and Rafa will pick up a clean frag, and it looks like Dramus really doesn't know what to do at this point.
I mean, Rafa has been chaining together virtually all of the major items for what, the last minute or two? Every single time Dramus manages to pick up one of the major items, it feels like he's getting punished for it, just like that. Look at how much stack he's had to sacrifice just to get the railgun.
Yeah.
And just, yeah, what do you do in this instance, ZSX? What is the play?
He has to slow it down. I mean, the idea would have been get the rail, get the rocket, play around that heavy, because you can play the heavier safe here than you can the mega. And then just begin to work your way back into the game. But at the same time, he's already 8 frags down. So he's being forced to play a slightly higher tempo game. He's got a frag, and again, but this is what I mean. It's a combination of ultimate skill and a little bit of luck. The question is, can he now capitalize upon that frag and build it into some sort of dominance in terms of stack and position? Position's always going to be hard, if not impossible, against an Athena, but you're going to have to try, and then it's going to have to come through the rocket jump and the orb, and Rafa's already worked himself back into that advantage.
Dramus also didn't have an LG in that situation, so there was nothing he could do at medium range. Just has to hope that those rockets land or the railgun connects, but that's a big risk. Oh, and he dies a split second before the mega spawns as well. And now Rafa can take this fight because he knows that he's got something to fall back on, but oh! Misses the rail. That's an important shot to miss out on. Giving Dramus an opportunity, but 5 minutes left to go for 9 frags with Rafa playing like this. Oh!
What? Okay.
Good save. I saw that one from Rafa's point of view. The railgun knocked him out of the map. He would have fallen to his death, but he hooked himself back into the arena, keeping himself alive. That was some quick thinking by the Liquid player.
Oof. And this is such a hard row for Dramus. Even though he's hitting a couple of rails here, it's not as open, it's not as combat heavy on Veil, and Rafa's avoiding confrontation at every turn. Even still with this lead, he's playing entirely respectful against Dramus, and the items are tied up, which absolutely favor Rafa at this point in time, and he can always get on one of them. But he's also connecting with just more damage than Dramus as well.
Let's take a look at some of the stats. 15 major items have gone Rafa's way versus just 8 for Dramus. And then, of course, the damage as well. Rafa, it's got 1,000 damage over his opponent at this point. That's a third more. 3.2k versus 2.2 by Dramus. And especially if we look at some of the key weapons. Railgun, 63% by Rafa. I think the main thing that just stands out to me is, again, how unbalanced Dramus' weapon usage has been. Because if you look at Rafa's ZSX, you can see 900 damage for rockets, 700 LG, 1000 for railgun, all very nice and balanced. But then you look at Dramus, 190 with LG, 300 with rockets, 1200 with rail. He really is banking everything on the railgun. And it's just falling apart at the mid-range and those close quarters engagements.
It's also a symptom of, I mean, game plan by Rafa and champion imbalance. Rafa's just controlled the map. He's almost had Dramus on a string. Every fight's been on Rafa's terms, and so Dramus hasn't been able to use any other weapon except the rail. It's not the lack of trying, it's just the way in which Rafa's played this map. You can see, we're on Dramus' pop now, he can't even see his opponent.
And indeed, the champion ability, the grapple hook, has been so important for Rafa as well. Because what does he do when Dramus decides to take a railgun fight? He just hooks in and closes the gap right in his face. Rockets, LG, and Dramus is unable to keep up with that. So then the Dragonborn player is just sitting there with a railgun at his hand while Rafa's already right on top of him. And it worked in the previous map when Sorlak was a much larger target, but it's just not having the same effect now. And with 1:30 to go, I think that this one has been decided. I think that Rafa will be tying it up, and it will all come down to the tiebreaker.
Exactly. I mean, we saw in the early stages, he tried to close the gap, with the shotgun. A little bit risky in that instance, but he did try because he understood the need to do so. And Rafa has played this perfectly, and I guess sign of a champion, and in all due respect to the Rafa in this matchup, he's made this match feel fairly standard and boring in some aspects because he just put his stamp of authority on it and he said, we're going to play this on my terms and I'm going to take a frag when I'm ready for it. It was clinical, and that's exactly what a champion can do.
Ram is still pushing aggressively, but it's a symptom of how this match has been going, right? I think if you just showed that frag, it would be a nice recap of how this went. Dram is pushing in aggressively, even using the orb. And yeah, they're basically smooching face to face, and Dram is hopes to land a few rails in a row and can't quite get enough out. And then Rafa walks away with the frag, he gets the items, and there we go.
Yeah, very much rinse and repeat. A blueprint game plan executed perfectly. And Rafa would tie this up as expected. And this is the challenge. If you give Rafa and Athena, you have to have an exact game plan for how you're going to counter it. And unfortunately, didn't feel that Dramis had a clear strategy here.
Indeed, seemed like he lacked some sort of foresight going into it, and like you said, Rafa was just able to run away with the scoreline and play the entire map on his terms. He decided when the fights were taken, he decided how they were taken, and the few times that Dramis did just push in ahead and try to get control back, he just didn't have the weaponry or just wasn't able to rival that intensity that Rafa brought.
Yeah, but it was a really well-played game, clinical game by Rafa. Dramis, what can you do at this point? I think he just has to put his hands together and say, well played to Rafa.
Yep.
And move on to the final map, which is Awoken, where we're going to have Anarchy for Dramis up against the Nyx for Rafa. And this is one I'm really looking forward to. Slightly more unorthodox picks, or at least on the Anarchy side for Awoken. We've seen it before, just not a lot. But I do like it as well. You know, it's one of the earliest metas. It was Anarchy versus Nyx, and we understand why, because obviously on the Nyx you have the Ghost Walk, you can go defensive, you can play aggressive. But the Anarchy with the speed and the inject can keep the pressure on the Nyx when that Ghost Walk's not up. And so that's the balance you're going to have to see here. Obviously, we're going to need to see more refinement from Dramis to execute. But now it is a more even playing field than Athena versus Ranger.
Indeed it is. I think that we both kind of suspected that map 2 was going to go down the way it did. Rafa clearly had the advantage. We know how good he is on Athena. We know how oppressive he can be in the arena that is Deep Embrace, but now Awoken, that's a different story. And indeed, I might not estimate Dramis' odds as high as we did for map 1, but still, he's in good fighting shape.
Yeah.
Just has to be careful, like you said, that Ghost Walk is extremely powerful of an ability, plus the wall jump, right? The passive, so powerful on this map. There's so many little jumps that you can make use of around the center area of the map. Rockets to the center, to that small armor at T, LG over to the Tribolt platform. Even around rail, you can kind of circumvent the pathway and get up there much more easily. So that is something that Dramis is really going to have to consider, because even though he's fast and Anarchy has got a lot of acceleration to work with, vertically speaking, he is quite limited.
But if he can dislodge Rafa, then that's when it becomes scary for Rafa, because he relies so much on the positioning as a Nyx. And at the same time, on a light versus light, that initiation damage is paramount as well. So if Dramis can begin to connect with the rails as he did on map 1, it becomes spooky for Rafa. It really does. You can get snowballed on so heavily on both sides, honestly. But it's easier to snowball on a Nyx if that Ghost Walks down. You can pick up a subsequent frag, a spawn frag, and then the Nyx is on the really has to go on the offensive, and that's when it can become scary. And Nyx wants to keep the game manageable, scheduled, and refined, where it's played on her terms. If you create that chaos, she doesn't thrive in that.
Also interesting to note, Dramis' in-game profile picture has actually got Anarchy in it. So maybe, maybe that's saying something. Maybe he is so confident. I think most people would pin him, as the go-to Slash player in the Quake Pro League. But of course, his skills on those air-controlled champions are no less impressive. So let's see what he can make happen this time around. You said it yourself, fast champions tend to be pretty decent counters against Nyx, because you can really only consider consistently get frags once you force out that Ghost Walk, and then having that extra speed to keep it going and to keep up that pressure, not letting your opponent just disappear and wander over to the other side of the map, it can be crucial. So Dramis does have a lot in his kit that he could use to counter Rafa.
If he does get into a situation where he has that control, has that advantage, you obviously have to be wary of being over aggressive, because that's where Nyx will thrive as well. She wants to bait you in, to goad you in, and to capitalize on that weakness, especially as an Anarchy. So there is that balance that Dramis needs to find here. He found it in map 1, couldn't find it in map 2. I'm definitely hoping and expect a more even encounter in map 3.
Yeah. Fully agreed. I still give this one to Rafa, but I'm not expecting to see the same kind of result in terms of scoreline that we saw on the previous map, and this should definitely be more of a competitive and even matchup. Now we are loading into the map, so folks, you are just seconds away from seeing who comes out on top. Taking a look at the predictions right now, still nothing seems to have really changed. It's pretty much the exact same as we saw on the previous map. So Rafa's impressive performance on Deep Embrace has not really swayed Dramis supporters from their favor.
Is there anyone in the world you would ever favor over Rafa?
No, not in the Quake Pro League era. What we're seeing right now, I think that you'd be insane to bet against him in terms of losing a map, or not even a map, but a series in terms of the weeklies. But let us see how this pans out, because Dramis has a shot.
He's already had no major items though, which is unfortunate.
Troubling start, indeed.
Not the end of the world, you know, you have the inject and you have both light armor, so you are on even stack, but at the same time you've also given a Nyx more stack than she needs, and she's also caught you out in a corner as well. He went in the frag just for now. It doesn't hit. He actually popped the Ghost Walk to go aggressive, but instead just decides to play the items instead and keep control, play that long game.
And that's just typical Rafa, right? I know I can take you out right now, but no, it is more important for my long-term plan that I just keep control of the items. Good rocket there as well, a lot of damage, nice read, and Dramis will go down here. The net just closes around his opponent, and now Rafa's got a very solid rotation going on. Look, he's even got time to get himself some more ammo for the LG, a leisurely stroll to make sure he's as ready as he can be before he's going to resume the rotation. Mega first, and now heavy. And after that little bit of LG damage being exchanged, Dramis just isn't in a position to stick around.
He has the inject, which is only saving grace, but he hasn't got the weaponry to take a fight here. I don't think he has a rocket even, so he has to scud him some type of way. But Rafa's up on the mid ground already, trying to close that gap from Dramis, and he is so screwed at this point in time. No inject, no items, no health. It's just a matter of time, really, until Rafa eventually gets that frag, which he does. And Dramis, unfortunately for him, we're 2 minutes into the game, yet to touch a major item.
This level of control is absolutely absurd, even coming from a player as good as Rafa. 0 major items. I hate to see it if you're a Dramis fan. And now he's just getting shut down before he can really get a hold of the weapons that he needs. Every single time Rafa reads his strategy, knows his position off spawn, and is there to interfere. Here we go, once again, he's dropping down. Both players going for the heavy. This could be a little bit messy. Dramis is the one to pick it up, but Rafa survives with 7 points of health. This is an opportunity for Dramis.
Yeah, Ghost walks down. He picked up the major item as well, so he knows how weak his opponent is. Question is, can he get in on him already? Has he got the timing on the Mega? He should have a rough idea of when it is. That's why he's in position. But he hasn't got the right weaponry. He hasn't got that LG, so he's going to have to connect with a rail and then follow up. But already Raph has managed to just buy enough time for this Ghost Walk to come up, which is why he's confident to push in here. He also knows the timing. Dramis has his first pickups of the game now, 1-1. But Raph has already got back in control.
Shadows hide me.
And as usual, Rafa is just approaching this from such a calculated angle as well, right? He knows he can stick around longer to take the fight in that Mega. Why? Because he knows there's a bubble behind him. There's a small armor behind him. There's another bubble on his way to that Heavy. So even if both players get really low and Rafa takes a rail, he knows that he's in the better position to get stack before Heavy spawns. And that's why he sticks around. That is why he takes these fights the way he does.
Yeah, and the problem and challenge for Jamis is he's not pressuring these pickups. And it's hard because he's so concerned about keeping safe, getting his own items, his own weaponry, but at the same time, you really can't afford to give Rafa a free run of the map because this is what's going to happen. He's going to just be more than competent to take these fights, and Jamis doesn't even look like winning them. So he has to mentally reset now. He's already 6 frags down. There's a lot of time left.
He will take away the Heavy. It's 3rd major item so far. But Rafa is holding a very defendable position right now. And that hoverboard, then, it is loud. He knows exactly where Dramus is going to come from. Direct rocket to the face, that is not the opening engagement that Dramus was hoping for. And Rafa just jumps in, takes the item, and uses the Ghost Walk to get out clean.
I really like the use of the Ghost Walk. I think sometimes when you watch Nyx, it can be used too sparingly, which means you're not using the full utility of champion. Obviously, strategically, you have to be on point and to be confident to burn it that much. But if you can do that, it gives you so much more room to breathe.
This is now incredibly challenging for Dramus. 6 frags of a deficit is bad news against any player, but against Rafa, how often have we seen Rafa drop a 6 frag lead over the past, what, 3 years, Dan? How often has that happened?
It's true. Dramus needs to concentrate on getting 1 frag to start with. You can't even think about the 6 now, it's 1 at a time. But Rafa's working around his opponent so well, and you've already pointed out the verticality is playing a huge impact because Rafa could just get from one side of the map to the other so damn quickly and keep the pressure on Jamis, and this is what Rafa has not been able to do. These small pressures onto the items, it sets you back. Mentally, strategically, so it's a full stack, and now Jamis has to go aggressive, and he's also already given up a frag, and it's looking bad now with 4 minutes to go.
It's also lovely to see how Rafa plays around the vials as well, right? The hourglasses to get his ability back up. So important when you're Nyx, and Rafa incorporates them into the rotation so perfectly. Yeah, indeed, Dramus gets a frag, but it's the refrag with just a standard machine gun, then. Oh, 2 HP. Good push from Dramus, yeah.
I see stars.
So the objective 1 now is to make sure he keeps control as he's got himself back into this game. Pushing on through aggressively. He's a bit stuck on the air, but luckily the Ghost Walk is out, gives him a bit of breathing space. Rafa gets away, and we're approaching that 3 minutes remaining. Rafa will be now considering going defensive. He will want to keep his aggression, or at least his pressure on the items, but don't imagine him being too open as he was for the first few minutes.
At this point, simple mathematics comes into play as well, right? How much time can Rafa burn just with the Ghost Walk? Because even if Dramus catches him like this, repeatedly, there's always going to be that Ghost Walk. It's up in just a second, and that's a get out of jail free card for Rafa. Buys him a significant amount of time. And time, that's the one thing that Dramus doesn't have right now.
Exactly, and Rafa can take some breathing space. You even saw off the spawn just standing there waiting for Jamis to make his move, so Rafa can make the opposite. He is a little bit trapped here, and Jamis should be able to pick up a frag, which is nice because he just burned the Ghost Walk. Now this is big for Jamis. If he can make this count, the pressure is on Rafa. Travis knows
Nice.
exactly where he is. He rocket jumps up and he gets the
Oh.
conversion as well. 5 seconds before the next major item. As you pointed out, the Ghostwalk is still not up for a good 20 seconds or so. Dramus is protecting these time vials as well. I think he heard where Rafa is, so he should be just getting up. Nice rail to come out. Huge.
Another
Can he catch
one.
him? Another rail. His opponent's low. And he gets a frag. He's got control, and now this is where the pressure's on Rafa. There's still time to go. The Ghostwalk is now back up. And
Yes,
there it is,
to
it's
pop
button
it.
again.
Yep, right away. No time to hold on to it. This is so sick. Oh no, Dramus! A little bit too fast, flying around the corner, straight into that LG. That's going to kill his momentum, suffer a lot of damage. But that's again, then a Ghost Walk burned. He's got time to work with. This should be another frag, and indeed he gets it just
5
in time for
seconds.
Heavy as well. Are we going to see a miracle?
20 seconds for the next Ghostwalk. Rafa, you can see how much he knows the pressure this pickup is worth. He hasn't got a rail as well. He hasn't even got a rocket. He's got nothing to work with. Travis is going to go aggressive. He's caught him. He's got the rail out. He's still hit a rail. He swapped to the shotgun just did up as well. There's still no Ghost Walk because Rafa's been caught, but he gets out for now and he has a lifeline. Dramus, though, has to make sure he doesn't miss a beat with these items because Rafa's going to be there. Rafa's popped the Ghost Walk once again. Dramus knows where he's at, but he won't chase. He's done the chip, and he knows he's got at least 30 seconds now, Flea, to make it count before the end of the game. And Rafa probably won't even have a Ghost Walk before the end of the game. Dramus needs to finish it.
Shot his last rocket right there. He's got to keep that in mind. We don't want to click to ruin this for either one of these players.
He's got no rockets.
Yeah, Rafa doesn't have Ghost Walk for another 20 seconds. This is the opportunity for Dramus. Can he find his opponent? Rafa's just around the corner to the Tribolt. Doesn't go the right way.
He's missed the rockets twice. I hope that doesn't come back to haunt him. There's such a huge weapon to force the Ghost Walk, and Rafa
He
set
picked
up.
up 5. He managed
Okay,
to
he
pick up
picked
5 in
yeah,
ammo
okay.
box somewhere else, so he's got something. Oh, misses the key rail. And now Rafa no longer railable. We are in overtime. Next frag will settle it all. Is
Ghost Walk's up.
Dramus going to knock out our champion? Let's see where this takes us. He's got to be careful though, because one wrong move, like going up the bounce pad while Rafa's
Yeah.
waiting and hiding with LG, that could be disastrous.
Rafa
LG
has
on
timing.
LG.
He's popped the Ghost Walk though. It comes out. He's going to go through the teleport. Oh, Rafa actually gets out just in time. Dramus is there though. Rafa, that was a huge pickup for him. Dramus though with a stack of bodies. He's going to eat a rocket through the doorway. Rafa's protecting it. Huge rocket from Dramus.
Oh!
Rafa's there
Dramus finds the rail. What an incredible shot, taking down Rafa in one of the closest and most intense series we have seen in a long time. GGs are called, and that will be Dragonborn Esports taking down Rafa. That's the first time in their competitive history during the Quake Pro League that this has happened.
Holy shit. I mean, you said how often does Rafa throw it away an 8-frag lead? Well,
Oh,
I can
boy.
count one, Flea. I can
Yeah,
count
we
one.
can.
I think there's a lot of don't try this at home kids moments in there from Dramus. I don't know why he thinks it's a good idea to fly around the corner with a rail, but he made it work. And my lord, we said the comeback and the snowball potential was there from the Anarchy. I didn't think it was going to happen. But as soon as Dramus got control and Rafa took his foot off the pedal, I think you might say he took his foot off the pedal a little bit too early, because that breathing space allowed Dramus to reset, get into a rhythm. And this is why it's so hard to play a Nyx. Even Rafa struggled. These kind of rails around the corner, man, is just insane. And whew, Rafa's
Oh,
dropped his first series, and you said it wasn't even a European. It was the American
Indeed.
Dramus.
I mean, that was one of the big talking points, right? Rafa is not going to make it through this stage undefeated because now he has to play everyone. He has to play all the Europeans as well. And then it's Dramus. Dramus, a fellow American who will be the one to put him down. And what an incredible fashion to see it happen in as well. Congratulations, Dramus. Congratulations, Dragonborn Esports. What an incredible highlight.
Papa Wheat owes me 1 Bitcoin or 1 ApeCoin or something, I don't know. But 28% rail from Rafa, big letdown on that front, was one of the defining factors. Dramus nearly hitting 60% against the Nyx as well, half of which were peak rails around the corner. Amazing, amazing series. Map 1 and Map 3 were sensational from Jamis, and Map 2 was as clinical as you'll see from Rafa. I need to get a coffee. I need to have a breather. I think everyone in chat does as well. As we'll do that, and we'll come back and we'll actually be here with Papa Wheat so we can see what he thinks about that series as well. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everyone. I said we would be joined by Papa Wheat, but I was just teasing. You're going to have to wait another 30 minutes or so as he will join us for the next series. But anyway, we're moving on after that incredible series. I've caught my breath, I've reflected on it, and I actually still haven't recovered. But anyway, we're moving on now to CNZ versus Saigib. This is a matchup I don't know if we've seen before. But anyway, it's sitting in that mid-level. CNZ's had a pretty decent start. He's taken out some good performances. He actually took a map of Rapper, whereas Saigib, unfortunately, has been struggling. What's your take here, Flea?
Yeah, indeed, like you just alluded to, this is the first time in Quake Pro League history that both of these players are meeting. So far, they've always kind of been separated in their own parts of the bracket, and then of course at some point CNZ wasn't in the Pro League, and then he made his way into Challengers and so on and so forth, right? So they haven't really had an opportunity where they ended up facing each other. Today is going to be the debut, first time that we get to see them in action against each other. And indeed, like you just said, Saigib has been struggling. I think so far he's lost to Sparty, he's lost to, I think it was Rafa as well, and then Wenger. So obviously not the easiest of opponents, whereas CNZ has managed to take down both Nasfa and Sparty so far. So on paper, feel like CNZ, especially if you look at their ranking, CNZ is number 7 on the leaderboard, Saigib is down at 15. CNZ seems to be having the upper hand, but Saigib, right, there was a point where people were looking at him thinking, this is a man who's top 3 in the Americas. He can make a play and kind of overtake the Hang, who now isn't even in the league anymore. But if you look at his current shape, current performance, I'm not that confident in what we'll see today.
Well, something that will help us make that decision is the picks and bans. So if we have a quick look at those, it will help unearth a bit more. But I think you're right. Like Saigib, it's a new photo. Saigib has been struggling, but as you said, he's played some of the best players in the league. So you have to take that with a little bit of pinch of salt. He should be able to work his way back up. Whereas CNZ, he's taken off some good performances, but again, taking him up against Rafa and playing, and I don't think he's even dropped a full 3-0 series yet. He's Mr. Consistent for me. He's somebody that always puts in a very strong performance. He has a good, solid style. He plays the items well. Just questioning where that X factor is for him. And we're seeing the first Insomnia of the day. Actually, haven't seen a lot of Insomnia since the rework, so this is going to be a really interesting one. And we have the Ranger against the Keel. I mean, we haven't cast it together, please, so I'm really interested to hear what is your thoughts on Insomnia as a map in this pool?
I think it fits a very interesting place. It's kind of a map that's got a lot of layers to it, so much cover, so much choke points, but on the other hand, it's also got a few very risky places, right? You've got the bounce pad up to Mega, so risky to take, and when you look at it in general, it's really not that big of a map, and there's a lot of pressure being exerted. Now, just looking at it, you were just mentioned it yourself, the recent changes, right? Railgun has been moved, and I think that's a very healthy change for the future of the map, because that was such an important choke point that you could just dominate the entire map from. Now, I wonder how it is going to affect the meta. Ranger was top tier on Insomnia before the change. Looks like he still is, but Keel, rather, is not a champion we see play all that often, right?
No, not at all. But at the same time, you already mentioned about it. You can get on that high ground, you can control, you can slow the pace down. That's what a Keel is for. We saw it on Veil before. Slow pace, play the corners, stick around that rail. If you can do that, Keel is so damn powerful, particularly with the grenades as well. So we're interested to see what CNC brings there. Obviously his pick as well, he banned out the scale, showing that he's respecting that from Saigib's point of view. And as you said, the range has still got a lot of utility, just nowhere near as much as it did before. Secondly, we move on to Corrupted Keep. We have the Galena, fairly usual pick, if you will, up against the Blashkovich. A lovely pick from Saigib. He normally picks it there if he can. And we don't often see a Corrupted Keep, but Saigib really does enjoy that map. It allows him to play his fairly ABC style, play the items, rotate them well, very strong scan. And if he can get into that rhythm, that's where Saigib can be a big threat. And then we end up with Deep Embrace, which is the Doom standard pick there, and another Athena. We know how powerful she can be.
I like that you mentioned that for Corrupted Keep as well, because if you say the word brawler in terms of Quake champions, Cygib to me is one of the first names that comes to mind. And Corrupted Keep with the BJ, now that is one hell of a brawl dance. So I'm expecting Cygib to really relish in that situation. And like you said, last map, Deep Embrace, we've seen the power of the Athena, right? Rafa in many ways running circles around Dramis when he played it earlier, but he's being countered by the Doomslayer. And that of course offers up quite a bit of vertical mobility as well, makes it a lot easier to get up to heavy, because that's otherwise a pretty tricky jumps, and we've seen players lose the lead, control, even maps just by failing that one time. So should be pretty balanced overall. I'm curious to see how CNZ plays the Athena, but interesting matchup to be sure.
Yeah, just for that last one, I completely agree. We saw Dramis up against the Athena before, and his biggest challenge was getting control, getting position. Obviously, it was Rafa, very different situation, but you still saw, even on a Ranger, he couldn't get a foothold. So that's what the Doom will allow him. Now, you threw me on the spot last time. I'm going to do the same for you here. CNZ, Cygib, what's your feeling?
I'm gonna go 2-1 for CNZ. Just looking at the picks and the bans and the shape that CNZ has been in, I hope that Cygib can really bring the quality that we've seen in the past. But typically, I would say that Cygib takes home Corrupted Keep, but CNZ, I think, is best suited to win maps 1 and 3.
I could agree with that. I'm actually going to go 3-0 CNZ. I've been impressed with what I've seen so far, and I just feel that, you know, Cygib's game is very strong on the basics, but so is CNZ, and I just give him the edge because of that. I don't think he has many chinks in terms of the basic game. We are starting on Insomnia. I haven't seen this map for a while. Keel, as you said, pretty unorthodox here, and so that's what I'm really interested to see, is what is the strategy from CNZ here? He's the one that picked the map. He clearly knows what he wants to do. So it's going to be a bit of a lesson for other players.
Immediately making his way over to the railgun. Knows how important that is. Nice shot as well. Now there's essentially no delay between the items, and CNZ is definitely in the better position of the two. Oh, he jumped off Mega, I think, a moment too soon. He probably didn't have the exact timing on the Mega, even though he picked it up first, so I don't really know why he was so quick to leave it. Still, he landed a good rail, nice shots. Perhaps he just wanted to counter his opponent and then have the Mega as the backup, but I feel like he could have picked up Mega and maybe rocket jumped over. He had the advantage, could have made a move to secure them both, but that's not really CNZ's playstyle, is it? He's the drill sergeant, he's very defensive, very disciplined, not going to put himself in too much of a risk when he doesn't have to.
No, but Psychic's done an amazing job, even though not having the positional advantage, just the spam coming out from him, the chip damage has been supreme, and that's kept CNZ on the ropes a little bit. And one Psychic now positioned up top, got himself a rail as well, and they've been trading items back and forth, so nice job so far. Hasn't obviously converted that pressure into anything grander, but he has the rail now, and this is where he can begin to forge that. There you go, the Tribolt's coming out once again. Nice rail exchange. CNZ not connecting with anything so far, as I say that. Does hit his first. But Cygib having a exchanged one as well. More than happy to retreat over to the Mega side of the map. Picks that up. Actually now in a good position. CNZ hitting himself with their own grenades. Cygib coming out though. They're going to have this long-range encounter once again. Dangerous by Cygib, but he has the balls to take that rail fight.
Good use of the orb as well. You could see CNZ hesitating, right? He went back and forth. Is he gonna go for it? Is it just a juke? And then Cygib lands the rail when CNZ isn't even looking in his direction anymore. Now he catches Cygib off guard just before the heavy spawns as well. And he's even going to leave heavy to just push Mega. Really solid play by CNZ. He's got to be careful because he is lacking stack. Looks like he might even give up heavy. Nope. The LG, too strong, Cygib, too aggressive, didn't have anything to work with other than that heavy nail gun. And at that distance, Dan, it's just too inconsistent.
Yeah, you could see Cygib very quickly realizing he made a huge mistake entering that room and then was caught between two minds whether to commit or run, and now he's trapped CNZ down here. And this is what Cygib's done a good job on the defense so far. The question is, can he now use this pressure, use his advantage to push on through? He struggled with that the first minute. See how he does the second. He has the rail, hasn't got the lightning gun, which is key, which means he can't take a fight on this room, but he's done as most damage as he can with the exit rail. Just needs to get the right weaponry to take these fights, because the LG is such a critical one, and both just a bit trepidatious at the moment, catching each other in these choke points, and CNZ deciding to retreat on round. Cygib with the high ground advantage. This is what he needs to do. He needs to keep this high ground advantage, using that orb to maintain position. At the moment, it looks like he's got the edge on CNZ here. He's the one getting the initiation damage. Just made a few mistakes pushing into that heavy so far.
For the first time, it feels like there is a sizable delay between the items. 10 seconds between heavy and mega. And now someone might finally set up a solid rotation. Looks like that might be Saigip. He picked up heavy and gets a frag at the perfect time. That was beautiful. And now CNZ, he's got to be careful that this doesn't get out of hand. Good play, I like what he's doing, just completely shutting down the entrance. All he's got to work with is the super shotgun, but he's also got the grenades and the starting stack. And unfortunately for him, doesn't really get him anywhere. Saigip, aggressive on the push, works out nicely, and now has a 3-point lead.
Yeah, so CNZ did a lot of damage there, but it's not going to matter really for anything. Saigip predicting so well, and the Tribot's been unbelievably useful for him. Yes, he's missed out on that, but the damage he did was very, very strong. CNZ, though, this is why he picked the kill. The stack, try and get full map control and play it nice and slow. Saigip, though, has the timing, and he's in there. Does give away the frag, but once again, he's done a lot of damage. The question is, can he now catch CNZ? Well, there we go. There's your answer.
Yep, indeed. Just like that. Starting to slowly close the gap. Still in the first half of the game, so the urgency isn't there yet. He can still play this the way he wants. Slow, calculated, disciplined. He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful. Small overextension misses the entry rail, and Saigip capitalizing off that opportunity beautifully as well.
Struggling to see what CNZ's game plan is. I think we have to obviously credit Saigip, making sure he's doing sufficient damage in and around the map to stop CNZ consolidating his advantage. At the same time, haven't seen anything particularly special from the kill here to suggest why he picked it. But I do really like the use of the nail gun, just the try, but all of this spam. So Saigip's really making the most of going up against a kill, making the most of the map as well. Reading CNZ, always doing shit damage, and CNZ's just struggling with that. Every time he enters a room, he's taking damage. Yes, this time it didn't work, but Saigip's doing an amazing job.
CNZ, I feel like, has been consistently overextending. How many frags has he dropped by just pushing into the room with railgun and nothing else? And then look, it's gonna happen again. He shows his face with rail and grenades. Maybe he lands the first shot, maybe he doesn't, but Saigip is instantly on top of him. Machine gun, LG, the nails, they're hitting like a truck. And then CNZ is all of a sudden caught in a situation where he's got nothing to fight at that distance. And he's just caught out with the rail in his hand, and Saigip cleans him up. And I feel like that's cost him, what, 3 or 4 frags already? The exact same way over and over? He's not taking the fights he should.
Yeah, it is a little bit sloppy from CNZ. And once again, he's probably going to give her another frag here, which he does. And it's almost a lack of respect on giving he's giving to Saigip. And I guess the weird, almost psychological aspect is Saigip's doing barely enough damage where it's encouraging CNZ to continue pushing. But CNZ is then running into more and more damage and not executing. It's a weird matchup so far, and you can see the difference. 11-5 now. We're already 7 minutes into the gameplay. How do you come back as CNZ now? He's shown very little signs of life in terms of controlling the map. Saigip's done a phenomenal job.
Indeed he has, and this is what we want to see. He is in form. But as well as Saigip is playing, I also think that CNZ is making some elementary mistakes, just positioning-wise, weapon choice-wise, being in situations where he has absolutely no business ending up in. And it has cost him so many frags that Saigip, ultimately, I feel like didn't really have to work that hard for.
Not at all, just good weapon choice from Saigip. Made sure he had the right position. He's actually had better positioning overall than the kill, which just cannot happen. The kill's way too vulnerable not to be controlled the high ground. And yet that's exactly what's happened. You can see once again, every time CNZ's coming around, he's eating just being peppered with the Tribal or the nail gun, also rocket spam. It's not really been these hit scan weapons that have dominated the scene that Cygib's so credited for. It's a smart play.
Taking a look at some of the statistics here. Cygib leading the damage output by around 800 points. Definitely making the most out of the item pickups, it seems. Clear advantage for Cygib there. CNZ primarily making use of the small armors, and that's also indicative that you're unable to pick up as many of the heavies as you would like, but yeah, at this point, 1 minute left to go. Especially when you're the slow champion, right? The only way that CNZ is going to get frags is if Cygib comes to him like that, and that's not a mistake that Cygib is going to make 5 times over. He's going to sit back, knows that he's got the orb at the ready in just 2 seconds, and he can run away. He doesn't need to let CNZ catch him if he doesn't want to.
Completely agree. And it's been a rather unusual map, if I'm honest. It doesn't feel like, you know, it doesn't feel like Cygib's gone out of his way to put any pressure on. It's been CNZ making the mistakes, as you said, and has seen very little use of the orb, very little use of the grenades overall. Rather unusual match. Feels like CNZ almost just gave it away. And that's not to discredit Cygib. He did exactly what he needed to do time and time again. Just basic mistakes from CNZ, as you pointed out.
I mean, we were both pretty skeptical of the Keel pick before this even started, right? We both looked at the picks and bans and were like, wait a moment. We framed it nicely, right? Unorthodox, I think we called Keel being played on Insomnia, but I mean, it's worth a shot, of course. If you can indeed set up a solid rotation, stick to that high ground, use those grenades to just clear out areas and stop players from entering the room, then you've got something great going for you. But other than that, Insomnia still is shaping up to be a map where mobility matters a lot. The Ranger Orb, the Athena hook, right? The double jump with Doomslayer we've seen successfully used as well. Yeah, you've got to be ready, and you've got to have something in your toolkit when your opponent is that fast. And unfortunately for CNZ, he just couldn't put out the damage to rival that.
Absolutely. And it wasn't even really mobility that won the day there. It was just playing the basics better. There was so many frags where CNZ gave up by running through a choke point into damage, just mountains of damage from Cygib. And a large part of that is his weapon choice. The nail gun and the tri-bolt were so impactful for him. CNZ just couldn't keep up with it at the end of the day, so full credit to Cygib. He just played the basics of that map better, and back to the drawing board for CNZ. I could see the merits of Keel, but he definitely didn't play to how a Keel should be played.
Yeah. Now map 2. Clean slate for CNZ to dive into it once more. This is a little bit risky, because this is the map that I had pinned Cygib to win from the start. So CNZ, in my opinion, is fighting a bit of an uphill battle going into this, right? Athena, she can work, she absolutely can, but Corrupted Keep remains a pretty small map where players tend to see all corners of the arena, right? So it's not like Veil, it's not like Ruins where you've got these little nooks and crannies where you can really hide away the totem for the entire duration. They're much more likely to get cleaned up. So getting that overstack going can be very useful if you do it on the heavy side, because you don't even need to go over to the mega at all, but it is more difficult. And so I think that Cygib running BJ, which is a champion that he's very comfortable with, is the better pick here.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely utility for the Galena. I think the challenge is if you get too focused on trying to build that overstack, that's where you almost become undone. You overcomplicate the game. Galena, for me, on this map is played most effectively when you're using those totems in fight. You're running into a fight, you're chucking it down, you're using it during the fight when you're having LG on LG to get that additional boon. It works in the same way of having an overstack because you heal back up. It is slightly more difficult to execute, but it's cleaner overall. If you try and play around the overstack, you try and force it, you're going out of position, you're wasting totems, then when you get to the fights where you need them, they're not there. That's when you become undone because it's such a combat heavy fight. So if CNZ can use them in that way, absolutely. But then you have a Blaskovich where you can just click the dual wield. That's all you have to do in that situation.
Well, let us see if CNZ can pull off the totem management the way he needs to bring it to a tight series. starting it off on CSE's point of view and immediately dropping it just straight in the doorway, not hanging onto it for mid-fight usage. Can he even make his way back onto it? He won't even need to. That LG.
Okay.
Thunderous! 49% of the bat. Hello. That is how you want to start this out. Good showing.
Nice read as well, realizing Saigib is going to set that trap. Backs on through, but Saigib has already got the speed to get on back through. 1-to-1 already. Saigib cleaning up that totem as well, picking up the necessary items and hit scan weapons to push through. So they are going to trade, as we often see throughout this map. As soon as somebody gets a lockdown, that trap becomes quite difficult to break on back through. CNZ at this moment in time has no weapons to work with, has no lightning gun, no rocket, and this is what Saigib's going to do. He's going to punish it. Totem is dropped. That's smart, not only to use it to block Saigib, so really well played by CNZ in the end.
Both players are at exactly 50% LG. That's nuts. I know we're still in the very early stages and there hasn't been that much damage exchanged, but still. 50% LG, it's not as if they're hitting clutch or anything, right? This is medium on medium, lots of fast movement and dodges. Not easy to track your opponent the way these two players have been.
Yeah, and a huge part of this map is who can get that long mid-range chip damage with the heavy machine gun with the spam. We saw it on the previous game, it was Saigib got the upper hand. The question is, can he do it again on this one? There you go, the tripod once again just being so frustrating for CNZ as he tries to trap Saigib up top. He doesn't want to let him go without at least doing significant damage, and once again pinned him in the same position as the first frag, and he'll scuttle back through for the first full rotation of this map. Oh wow.
It's the stairs, CNZ, or ZSX, it's the stairs, right? You walk down them and you get that little bit of air because you're walking down, you know, the slanted surface, and it can really screw up the way you take these fights and you're dodging. CNZ capitalizing off it perfectly, but he doesn't even need to strap his opponent. Still 48% LG after nearly 1,000 points of damage. Whew. This is what you'd expect from Saigib with the dual wield. This kind of raw damage output during the fights, but no. It's CNZ who's breaking it today.
Yeah, now Saigib's got to fight his way back through. CNZ just holding position to protect this lightning gun area. This time he's got a handle on Saigib. He comes firing on through that doorway with the dual wield to get back into this game, and there's a big split between the major items. The question is, can Saigib get back across? CNZ should be wanting to challenge this, and there he comes flying on through with the nail gun, doing a fair bit of damage. Soda comes down, but it's just too early.
Good pressure from Saigib, getting CNZ right off the spawn. And this is always a critical stage in any corrupted Kyiv game, right? Very often you see that the items for the major items are, well, the timings are pretty much in sync for the first few minutes, but then there comes that critical moment that they get offset. And when one player can take the rotation and really establish dominance. And that's what we're seeing happening right now. And it's Saigib who's making the most of it. He's the one getting megas and heavy back to back. Can CNZ break it? Can he stop the snowball with LG like that? Sure, he can.
What?
Woo! 230 damage I saw coming out. Nuts.
And the dual wield was popped as well.
Yeah.
So really well played by CNZ. Having to backtrack here to try and defend. Can he stop Saigib getting across? Oh, Saigib comes barreling on through the rockets. He gets the frag, but he's taken a lot of damage. Where does CNZ spawn is the question, and it's nowhere near the heavy. So Saigib gets a little bit of a jail-free card there. Now needs to reset. What I'd like to see CNZ do more of is exactly that. I was going to say defend that mid-ground. Stop Saigib getting across the map. And that's exactly what he's done. Saigib's got no weapons now. He comes firing on through with this nail gun from long range. That's a questionable frag to give up. Just before this mega spawn as well. CNZ doesn't know the timing and has given that one up for complete free.
What CNZ needs to be doing is just take LG fights. And then he will win. This is just absurd. 53% LG. 1,700 damage so far. Like, he just needs to take LG fights.
Yeah, it's been on fire so far, and I've been enjoying the use of the totems, as we said. Use them in fights to recoup the stack, but it's a brawl, as you said in the intro, an absolute brawl back and forth. CNZ with a 2-frag advantage here, and he will be picking up this mega, this heavy. Saigib going to fall back onto this mega now, but there is enough of a split here for CNZ to pressure, but he hasn't got the weapons.
Getting a hold of his prized LG though. He gets this frag.
As if he just doesn't care if you have two of them.
Saigib is like, I've got a better stack. I've got 2 LGs. Yeah, this is my fight to take. And CNZ's like, no, not today. It isn't. He's gotta be careful. He doesn't get overly confident though. That's a good trade that favors CNZ.
Yeah, it really does.
Should be able to get Mega as well. Yep. But Saigib did pick up heavy off the spawn. But he doesn't have LG. And CNZ is not going to give that up for free. He knows exactly where Saigib is. He wants to inflict as much pain and suffering as he can. While keeping the LG behind him, putting himself as a real barrier between that key weapon and his opponents.
I mean, I don't think he really cares if he gets it. The way he's been manhandling Saigib, but either way, you don't want him to get it. The Jubo comes out again. He really needs this Mega. But CNZ actually drops in behind him somehow, sticks it away. Okay, that worked.
Yeah, somehow. Like, what Saigib needs to do, because we've been talking a lot about what CNZ has to do. Saigib has to not take fights at LG range. I think that's going to be the key part of his comeback. Now, you probably would have thrown some more, adjectives and whatnot in there and explained it a bit better in the context of this match, but that's really what Saigib has to do. Don't engage at LG range. Get close with dual shoddy or dual rockets. That is how you come back into this fight.
Yeah, because it's not even as if CNZ's been setting up for these mid-range fights. It's more been Saigib trying to initiate them and CNZ just winning them, to put it bluntly. So he has to play around the corners, and CNZ's retreating a little bit here, playing defensive, kiting Saigib in. And that will not work out in his favor, as Saigib has the opportunity to take both major items, and I don't like that decision by CNZ. He could easily have picked up one of those major items, I feel.
Little slap on the butt. Oh, a second rocket. That's going to make Saigib think twice before engaging. I like what CNZ's doing. He definitely has realized that it's still way too early to just go plus back full on defensive, so he's still making moves on the items. Saigib can barely drop onto it. Did you see he was pushing forward? But he could barely walk off the ledge because the LG knockback was so extreme. Saigib now is hurting. Has to get out of there, but he is in a good position to take heavy. I don't think that CNZ has got any business showing his face around the armor. He is just going to try and recover. Needs some more rocket ammo, some small armors. And now he can set up for Mega. Oh, good rockets. But not enough. Not enough to dislodge his opponent from that item.
Saigib, yeah, he's looking a little bit out of ideas now, and so would I if you're just getting beaten that badly in straight up LG fights. Since he's had a few of these fights, he had no right to win. With a minute and a half to go now. Okay, it's hard to see what Saigib can do.
Death is the only release. I will not grow
There has been a remarkable lack of cessing in this matchup. If you look at the statistics, 40 damage with heavy machine gun by Saigib versus 90 by CNZ. They've barely used it. Usually it's kind of like the replacements of the railgun. It's its alternative for those long distance fights. But so far, it's always either been really up close and personal or LG mid-range. No damage from a distance, no just kind of putting a dent in your opponent's stack. This has been a brawl once again. Oh, out comes the gauntlet. He ran out of ammo right there. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
as the clock winds down now, they're just almost having a little bit of fun as this will go to a 1-to-1 series. Gotta say that CNZ's aim was looking scary. But Saigib, I felt he still played a solid duel. It's just that he got outgunned in a couple of situations.
Yeah. This LG by CNZ is just not something that that we've seen all that often, I feel like. Of course, he's never been, you know, oh man, this player's aim is not up to par with the rest, but this is remarkable. Finishing at 47%, but he was well into the 50s at several points. Like, this is a very impressive performance. And Saigip, indeed, even with the dual wield, he just wasn't able to match that kind of damage output, and it ended up constantly costing him at that mid-range, which is so important on Corrupted Keep. And ultimately, I feel like Saigip was a little slow to adapt to that. You know, I think that he could have made a conscious decision earlier in the game to go for, you know, shoddy and rockets up close, or either more heavy machine gun from a distance. But instead, he continued to kind of take the similar fights in similar situations, and CNG just had his number.
Well, yeah, and then that's exactly the counter opposite to what we saw on map 1, where Saigip was being incredibly proactive with the spam, with the initiation damage, whereas here, you're completely right. It was all or nothing. You can see this particular fight here, just he even drops onto the mega mid-fight and still loses out. And at the end of the day, you pick the Blazkowicz to outgun your opponent, not to get almost half of the LG damage of CNC. 3,400 damage. That's more damage than most people get on this map, full stop. And he got it with just one weapon. So that was scary from CNZ. And Saigi will go back to the drawing board now. I mean, we're moving on to a map where you don't have to go into those level of one-on-one exchanges, but you're right. The lack of a plan B was a little bit concerning from Saige's point of view.
Now Railgun, back on the menu. Right, we have seen that be the star weapon of several players today, most notably Dramas, really leaning heavily on that weapon, and of course to great effect. Once again, congratulations to him, but now it is back in the pool. Corrupted Keep is the only map that doesn't have it. Let's see if this changes the outcome, right? In map 1, we saw a fair bit of railgun use, although it wasn't particularly dominant from either player, so I'm not expecting it to be, you know, that one critical factor that settles the map on this map. I think much more important is the Athena at play. The speed, the mobility, both horizontally as well as vertically, whereas, of course, Saigip is trying to counter by running the Doomslayer, the double jump. That's something that we saw lacking a bit when Dramas tried to take on Athena on the same map by using the Ranger. So now CNZ does have, or Saigip rather, does have that consistent passive that will help him with some mobility in these fights.
And that's it. For me, Saigip needs to slow the pace down, as he did on map 1 to some extent, get that high ground, use the double jump, and just slowly strangle the life out of the Athena in that way. Put the pressure on CNZ to make some of these moves, because that's not always what you want to be doing as an Athena. And as you pointed out as well, the railgun is obviously going to be absolutely critical. So let's see what they can both bring with that side of things.
We're starting it off on the perspective of CNZ. The Athena, I like what he's doing. Such a slow play. Saigip landing the rail though. Yeah, that was important. CNZ was not expecting Saigip to just land that shot, I think, at that range. Probably ended up saving Saigip even. Otherwise, I imagine that CNZ would have tried chasing through the teleporter or maybe even hooked straight up. So far, pretty respectful start, and I think that you know, that's kind of showing to Saigip what kind of a game CNZ might be looking to play, right? If your opponent starts with a shotgun trap like that, you know he's going to try and pull out everything from the back to take you down. So Saigip will be watching his back.
CNZ playing slow and respectful. Just want to get the items, work his way into the game. And again, that's just something we didn't see in map 1, and this is a symptom of when you do play a heavy. You have that confidence just to push on through, and that you have the stack at all times. At least when you're playing a light now, you understand you have to play more strategically, build your way into the game, and that's exactly what CNZ's done here. Even now, he's got Saigip low, he's playing it nice and slow, making sure he doesn't take unnecessary damage before closing out the frag, trying to force that spawn frag as well. He knows he's not on the high ground, therefore he's on the low ground. Saigip coming through the TP is a little bit greedy, but he's hit 2 rails, which is nice, and a third. Question is, can he close it out? They're both extremely low. Mega's still not up though. I mean, CNZ can get on the high ground, try and rain down some paint from a dog, but what a rail from Saigip.
Excellent shot. Saigip had his number, figured out exactly what CNZ was going for. trying to clear some of those resources, those health bubbles, get himself in position. And so he landed the flyby shot out of the teleporter. I wonder how Saigib is going to approach this in terms of LG, because if he takes LG on LG fights against CNZ, and CNZ continues hitting the same way he was earlier, now he's also got the advantage of having a smaller hitbox, and those are not fights that Saigib is going to win. So he's once again going to have to play around that. Don't engage at medium distance, just depleting your stack, because CNZ, if he keeps this up, he should be the one to take you down pretty much every single time. So Saigib has to find an alternative playstyle to deal with it.
Absolutely. And now the challenge is there's a huge difference in timing between the two major items, and CNZ's got to want to do some serious damage before this next pickup, just so he can get it safely. And there he is. He jumps on through, gets the frag he so desperately wants. And he gets the item as well to boot. Could take control of the high ground and really limit the pressure from Saigib. He misses a critical rail as well, and the second. It's going from bad to worse for the American as CNZ pushes his advantage.
Oh, good read. Nice timing as well, yeah.
He's taking a lot of damage though, but
yeah.
The question is, what can Saigib do now? He comes on through with the starting shotgun, but it's too predictable.
Good positioning by CNZ as well, going all the way back to that final pillar, because he knew that Saigib would be looking for him elsewhere.
What rockets!
Yeah, that was something special. Saigib, of course, well known for the skill with that weapon. And CNZ had significant stack advantage right there, but he was outgunned. All he had was the machine gun. I don't know about that one. CNZ should have either pushed right off the bat when he had that stack advantage and trust the machine gun.
Oh, what a trap!
Or not go there. But that works, yeah.
That worked. No, but
it's the same thing you tried at the start, right? Wait around the corner with the super shotgun and the hook. Last time it didn't work, now it does. Oh
no way!
Oh, well, the dodging when you're using the Berserk, it's tricky, it's fast. And then, of course, you've got that knockback as well. And CNC, did he have a hook at already? Did he have one to maybe get himself back in? I didn't see. It was on Saigib's point of view.
I don't think he did, but he got knocked so far off the map.
Saigib just juked his opponent and sent him flying out of the arena. This could be the start of a comeback, but look at the stack that CNZ's already got to work with. That speed is proving so instrumental in quickly getting on the items before Saigib has a chance. I like the safety hook right there from CNZ. He was clear from the gap, but he still went for the hook just in case, because he wasn't sure if he'd fall in. So better safe than sorry, I fully agree. Good play.
That's nice by CNZ, just to use the advantage to sweep up the entire map as well and keep Saigib on the ropes. Yes, he's keeping himself alive, but it feels like a matter of time until he dies. And there you go, CNZ finds his opening just before the Mega as well. And so very methodical here from CNZ as he's slowly building into this lead and not taking any unnecessary risk, because Saigib's doing an amazing job to keep in this set. He's been under tremendous pressure, but some of the clutch rails have been critical to keep him from snowballing. But it does feel now that CNZ is able to push that initiative as time and time again he's picking up these clean frags, and Heavy is completely for free, and Saigib is stuck down below with very little to work with. He's going to do some significant damage with the lightning gun, but again, it's just before a major item, so it's almost irrelevant.
Nice opening rail there. Saigib keeps looking for a way in, but shots like that, it's going to keep him at a distance and allow CNZ to just remain in full control of these items. And then, yeah, Saigib gets a little antsy, you know, feels like he has to make a move, and CNZ is right there waiting for him. Oh, he still fell down. I thought CNZ figured that Saigib would make it on top. He didn't. If CNZ had just stuck around for a moment longer, that should have gotten him another frag.
Still not over though. We've seen bigger comebacks on this particular map, and Doom is a champion where you can forge that. You have the maneuverability to do so. Obviously Athena is tricky, but she's still a light champion. Saigib's definitely shown more than enough signs of life to keep in this set.
Absolutely, but 5 frags, 4 minutes against an Athena. That's a tall order. She's just got so much speed on you, even if you have the better stack, even if you have full control. All CNZ needs to do is land some of those rails while keeping his distance. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Look at how he's playing this. He's just set up in a corner of the map, waiting, listening out for Saigip.
Just running on the clock, and at the same time, making his opponent second guess himself. He's just won himself the Mega by being a trickster. He's completely nullified by Saigip immediately as he's caught him up at the rail, but he's still hesitant to push in through into CNZ. And he's wasted another minute of time, leaving only 2 minutes for Saigip to work with.
I don't see it as feasible anymore at this point, especially with how CNZ has been playing. He's so slippery, not giving up too many angles. And see, when Saigip does catch him out, that's what he does. Out he goes, picks away some health bubbles, takes away his small armor as well, and just like that, even if Saigip gets the frag now, it will have cost him, what, 20 seconds? He gets it, he makes it work, but still, how much time did that cost him, right? That was like 25 seconds between when he first caught sight of CNZ and when he got the frag, and he just doesn't have that time.
It's so incredibly frustrating because you have to be absolutely perfect, then you have to try and big brain your opponent, but at the same time, even if you catch them, it's an Athena with a grapple. She can normally get away from you in an instant. And if you're not hitting absolutely everything, she's gone and restacked, and that's exactly what's happening for Saigip at this point in time.
Yeah.
Look at him desperately trying to go in, and then just when he's chasing, CNZ turns it around, turns the game on its head, and that in itself probably settles things as Saigip just hasn't got the time or the stack to pick up 4 frags. He loses out on the heavy as well to rub more salt into the wound. And it's 45 seconds until CNZ will take this one 2-1.
Deserved victory. I think everyone, or at least both of us, were expecting CNZ to take it, right? I think you said 3-0. I went for the 2-1, a little safer bet. But in the end, it will be the Estonian player to come out on top. And this is a remarkable day for Dragonborn Esports, right? Both CNZ as well as Dram is winning their games, and Dram is taking out Rafa of all people.
Yeah, in one of the best sets we've seen at least this season, if not for the past few seasons. And this was more of a clinical performance from CNZ. We think back to map 1. It was an unusual map. Again, an unusual, unorthodox pick as we spoke. But even the way it was played, it was uncharacteristic from CNZ. A bit of an off game from him, but at the same time, nice strategy from Saigip. Just abuse the fact he's playing against a kill. Just every time CNZ wanted to push, he punished him. And that's all he really needed to do in that game. He wasn't stretched too far. Map 2 just completely outgunned by CNZ, and then map 3, as you saw, kind of frustrated trying to catch an Athena after losing the lead early on.
Yeah, indeed, Saigip, he made a valiant effort, still brought it back to a 3-point game, but ultimately the speed and the mobility proved to be too much for even the Doomslayer to handle. So CNZ got everything back in order for map 2 and 3. Indeed, that first one, Insomnia, the Keel pick, we said it ourselves, unorthodox, proved ultimately to be his downfall too, right? He could have played it much better in the end, but the Keel definitely didn't help. So I expect we're not going to see the big man picked all that often on that map, especially not by CNZ, I reckon, unless he's building some greater strategy. But yeah, 2-1 for CNZ. Lovely series overall. This was the first time that they've ever played in the Quake Pro League, so finally have a data point on how they fare against one another, and congratulations CNZ.
Congratulations indeed. Good series overall, and CNZ continuing to build his way up the leaderboard. I think this is a season where he really can make a mark. We've already seen some good runs in the end tournaments, but I think he's somebody who can go further. Saigip will remain pretty much at the bottom of the leaderboard, unfortunately, as he's matched his match, and CNZ, he's somebody who's picking up maps, but he's not converting it to series. So that's something he needs to look at, and he's been struggling I guess for a couple of stages now. So it'd be nice to see him move his way up the leaderboard, but it's really hard. It's really competitive. We're in this global league, and so it's going to be a long road for Saigib, I'm sure. But having seen Sparty get dismantled earlier, there'll be some signs of life, I'm sure, coming out of him. But either way, we will be running over to the break and getting back with the moment you've all been waiting for, which is DJ Wheat. So see you then. So what a day we've had so far. A day of upsets, a day of stompings, yeah, and a day where the champion has fallen. But who else could we share that with? I would love to see what DJ Wheat thinks of the excitement that's happened today. And maybe on broadcast he can give me what I'm owed. But how are you today, DJ Wheat?
I'm great, and yeah, you're right. That was I think I don't even know. I mean, is it a surprise when Rafa went? Like, sure, it is, but Dramas has been looking really, really good lately. So, I mean, I guess like it's still a surprise, but like half of a surprise. I don't know how to even categorize that one, because the way that Dramas has been playing lately, and today is definitely a sign of that. Is he has been improving. He is a gamer, ladies and gentlemen, and so it's exciting to see.
I think on paper you have to say it's a surprise. When you look at the performance,
Sure,
you can't question it, right? There was nothing undeserved. I think the one thing that isn't a surprise is that Rafa loses Veil on a heavy versus heavy matchup. I mean, I think he loses that matchup more than he wins it now. He's got to look at that, because that's not even a joke anymore. That's the way it is. But Dramas, as you said, he's taken out, and we said it in the intro. He's taken out Wenger, he's taken out Razy, and he's taken out Rafa. And he's still not in the top 3. So, you know, he's on a roll at the moment.
Yeah, he sure is. Drama is looking incredibly strong, but that match is in the past, right? And we're here to talk about a different matchup, Wenger versus Maxter.
This one I'm actually really excited for. I mean, Wenger's not been looking himself this season, if we're honest with each other, but he's still Wenger. He's still incredible. But Maxter, he hasn't played a lot. He's 2-0, but he beat Wenger last time they met down in London. He's been on a roll so far, and they are just they're going to go head to head like two toros, like two bulls, because that's the way they want to play, and that's what's really exciting.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we're going to take a look at the picks and bans here. And you know, the weird thing about Wenger is that you look at maybe his performance overall, like 3-2 is not necessarily a record you'd expect from a champion, but in some of his games, he looks like the tried and true Wenger that you kind of know and expect him to be. And then in other cases, right, he's shown some signs of struggling. We know that he's there. We know that the beast is locked within, but just needs to come out. And I mean, Maxter right now sitting with an undefeated record, like what incredible accomplishment that would be for him to take this series over Wenger. Is it possible? I mean, given today that Rafa lost, I'd say anything is damn possible today. And I do agree with you, ZSX. I think that this is going to be a good matchup.
Starting it off on Deep Embrace, it's going to be our first map. I like the clutch ban by Maxter. Look at that. Usually you only see that against Razy, but maybe he's aware of something that Wenger's been cooking up, so wants to get the robot out of the bat. And then we're going to get, of course, Doomslayer versus Athena. Athena, we've seen played every single time on Deep Embrace so far. Map 2, that will be Awoken, where we see the Ranger versus the Strogg, okay? And then lastly, Ruins of Sarnath, the tiebreaker if it comes down to that. Scalebearer. After the changes made to this champion, we're still seeing him come out to play today, going up against the Anarchy.
And what a matchup that last game is.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a really interesting draft. I mean, pretty expected on map 1. See Athena versus Doom once again. I still like Doom there, but if Wenger can play to his potential, you just favor him on the Athena. On Awoken, it's really even. But then that last matchup there, I don't really know what to make of that. Don't see a lot of Scalebearer from Wenger at the best of times, particularly nowadays. And then you've picked Anarchy into it as well, so Max is feeling himself on this one. I think I'm gonna side with Max, guys. 2-1.
Okay. Well, Maxter's also currently living in Europe, right? Minimizing any sort of ping imbalance as well, so that should make for the best of matchups. But I can see where you're coming from with this one, ZSX. Maxter has been looking good. He's still undefeated. Yes, he's only played 2 players, right? Sparty and Chain, but still, the only other person undefeated is Kilson, and now he's going up against Wenger, and I think that he really does have a shot if we look at Wenger's recent performance.
I'm just gonna you know, because I can't have Dan have all the nice things today, so I'm gonna stick with the 2-1 here on Wenger. I do think that although Wenger has not been necessarily giving us the championship performance that we've seen from other champions after winning, I still think that Wenger represents the highest level of talent here in the QPL, and when he is on, he puts on a display. So we'll see how that goes, and we'll just do it like that, Dan. So I'm gonna go 2-1 Wenger.
I love it. I love it. This is what counts. The prediction's what counts. The only reason I'm watching the match is to see what's up. But it will be myself and DJ Wheat casting this game, so we'll have to say goodbye to Flea for now. Wait, did you give your prediction, Flea?
I'm gonna side with Wheat on this one. I think it's going to be close. I think Maxter has a really good shot, but I think 2-1 Wenger is how this is going to go. So that's my prediction, and on that note, I'm gonna bow out and leave this one to you guys.
That's fine. I'll take you both.
Awesome. Flea, I'll defend your honor here with this prediction. That was a good one.
How you doing, Marcus? It's nice to see you.
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Happy to be here for some more Quake. I do think that this one is going to still be pretty good. I'm definitely excited for the next matchup. You mentioned undefeated Kilson going up against Razy, and I think that one will be a true banger, but not to get too ahead of ourselves. You know, it's been really interesting to watch Wenger, because there's certainly been some struggles there, but it's sort of like a cloudy day in which the sun just breaks through every once in a while and like shines down on this Italian, and then, you know, you see all this greatness come from him. So you know, it's not really easy to say that anyone has the ability to turn that off and on. There's usually a little bit of flow, momentum. How are you feeling of the day? Or you know, and it's all going to come down to like how these players play. But one thing we've noticed about Wenger lately is that he'll start things off in a very like much slower style, similar to kind of how Rafa starts a lot of his matches, and then kind of goes from there. So I'll be curious to see if he'll continue that, because that's been pretty evident in like the last 5 weeks here of the QPL.
I think that's a sign of him not feeling entirely confident as well. Like when we think back to his QuakeCon performances, it was the reverse, right? It was, I'm going to just, this game's over in 5 minutes and then I can enjoy it. But we'll see what he comes out with. And I think one of the reasons I really like watching these two players in particular is because they're just so positive, both in their outlook and their personalities, but also in their philosophies. Like they play Quake on the front foot. They want to take the game forward. And that always sets it up for an entertaining match. But we'll see as we're on Wenger's path. He's wearing his hat today, looking stylish, with the high ground and the new skin as well, as that is vibrant.
That LG, it feels powerful, man. I like it. I like it. And I do think, like, look at this first 30 seconds. Like, this is a little bit slower. We're going to have the first fight here over near the heavy, quickest. Oh! Well, I am not even sure what was happening as I switched between views there. I saw Wenger on the retreat, and then I just saw Maxter implode. What?
The 180 rocket catching Maxter in the face, but he does pick it up as already fairly even on stack, exchanging rails as well. And this is the one big thing that Wenger needs to contend with. There's very few players in the world where Wenger struggles to go toe-to-toe with aim, but Maxter is one of them. And that's, if your usual strategy is being absorbed, how do you counter that? But at the moment, he's got the position, he's closing in the gap, he's got himself a 3-0 lead, but we also know the snowball potential on this particular map from Maxter is strong. So Wenger won't want to give up any needless frags.
I do think Wenger, you know, started off kind of slow, steady, sort of figuring out Maxter, I guess, if you will. But then after that, almost a meticulous dissection of spawns right there, netting 2 additional conversion frags off of that first one, but has slowed it back down again.
Yeah.
I like what you said earlier about confidence, because that is absolutely a big part of Quake, especially when you're playing against players of these calibers. 2 big rails coming out here by Wenger, and he is going to back off just a little bit, but sets himself up for the heavy, does grab grab it. Maxter incredibly low and could see a follow-up happen right here. The rocket down below, but it hits the wall. No splash damage to be found. No armor stack here for Wenger, which means that he's going to need to be careful. He does hit another rail, but they exchange. And now the retreat. Will the grapple help him get there? The Mega's up. I don't think he can go for it, as Maxter is there waiting for it, and it's a cat and mouse game, but he will just retreat back and go back to the heavy.
Yeah, Maxter's bullied his way into this map, but at this point in time, hasn't been able to convert that into any sort of frag. And Wenger, with that rail, will retain his position up on the high ground. He'll retain his advantage. But you can see what Max is trying to do. He's trying to force these fights out of Wenger. But Wenger at this point in time is doing a good job of dodging around the map, taking them on his terms, not succumbing to the pressure of Maxter. And that will only build his confidence, as you just referred to. Nice pickup from Maxter just before that Mega as well. But Wenger more than happy to retreat onto the heavy.
Yeah, it was a nice little juke there by Maxter, hiding behind the column and then landing the rail as soon as Wenger turned his back. Some Tri-Bolt coming out as well, and that's what Maxter needs to do, right? Knowing that Wenger's going to favor that middle area, use as much as he can to just try to dish out damage. Nice. But Wenger, great defense here in the middle. Some rockets and a couple of rails, going to continue to fire down rockets. And this has to be somewhat frustrating for Maxter, right? Like, how does he break through that defense? And that's exactly what he needs to do right there. Some good splash damage with the rocket. Wenger's going to immediately go for that heavy, and it's almost like a reset. It starts all over. Now, Maxter, though, with no armor stack at all. Oh, that rocket, he just narrowly gets missed with that. And these two are throwing out some real nice rails.
And what's really interesting for me is just how much respect Wenger's having for Maxter, because he's been the one actually doing more and more damage to Maxter, but you can see he's not been able and not willing to take any sort of a positive move. Maxter's aggression is really keeping Wenger on the back foot. And this time Maxter has managed to skirt his way onto the heavy, but the Mega was still up for Wenger, and he's got himself back around to the other side of the map where he feels at home. And neither one of these players has been able to convert a frag ever since those opening engagements.
We might have another exchange right here as Maxter still kind of low, does grab a couple bubbles to put himself back. Wenger really needs that heavy. And I think that is going to be key here for him, is to try to control this as much as he can. As we're going to have Wenger heading back over to the Mega now. Now, I mean, unfortunately, there's not much of a gap between those two major items. And I think Wenger is looking for that as a possibility. But Maxter, again, doing a great job. A head game for sure when it comes to his fight here versus Wenger. So another fight over the heavy, and is he going to switch spots and then go for the Mega? It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Maybe even delay a little bit. No, I don't think he's going to even have the opportunity to.
No, and it's actually favoring Wenger that there's no split here, because you can see Max is actually getting the one up on all of these fights. It's the fact that there's these major items that's keeping Wenger in the game. He's just using the Athena to evade Maxter. There's absolutely no intent to extend his lead. He's hoping, if anything, Maxter pushes on and is too aggressive, but oh my god!
Patience. That was big patience there. Unfortunately, Wenger eats not one, not two, but all three of the payloads from that Tri-Bolt. And now Wenger looking to be at danger here of getting converted by Maxter. Maxter really low with some defensive shots fired out by Wenger. And I don't know if Wenger's going to be able to net another frag off of that one, but he certainly stopped that chase a little bit. Tries to land a rail through the wooden boards, and it does not work out for him. And now it seems like they are pretty much just switching spots here. Wenger now having to play a little bit more defensive as he tries to go for that Mega. He is up the jump pad and then grapples to safety. But that one frag by Maxter is actually going to end up being incredibly huge in terms of him just staying in and not letting Wenger, you know, get any level of comfort that would allow him to either get that lead up higher or big LG battle here. Oh my, they trade. I thought that Wenger was going to win that one, and he kind of did, but Maxter from the grave, still a 2-frag game.
Yeah, this is huge. Wenger got the spawn as well, so even though he doesn't get the item, he can definitely pressure Maxter here, and he does. He picks up that extension frag, so He was fortunate, but it worked out for Wenger. The question is, can he hold on now? He wants to get the conversion once again, as we did off the start. Big rail from Maxter, but it's not enough as the LG to Rocket is there. And now we have a 4-frag game. Wenger has built himself a decent lead with 2.5 minutes to go.
Oh,
What?
my God. What a read. I think he actually heard the grapple and turned around and just flipped for the rail. And now it's still going to be a 3-frag game within reach for sure. Maxter has a beastie stack and is going to make his way over. Does catch a glimpse of Wenger going through the heavy area and now heading on over to the Mega. Now, there is a lot more time between these two major items than there was before, but 2 rails from Wenger, and suddenly Maxter's stack is all but gone, and that's not going to be super great for him as he gets ready for these final 2 minutes where he really must make a move. He gets hit with another rail from Wenger from down below. And just real quickly, Wenger's shooting a 47% rail with 1,500 LG with the 1,500 damage. And I absolutely believe that his LG has been one of the it's his right hand in this matchup, basically.
Yeah. Catching Maxter off guard again, and there you go. He's been absolutely melted. That should win him the game as he nets another frag, but the big mistake for me is after that amazing work by Maxter to get that frag, he got a little bit greedy. He tried to chase Wenger around the map, and you're chasing an Athena with 3 grapples. You're not going to really win that fight. And because of that, Wenger hit a couple of rails back to back and got himself some map control and should have the advantage now to see himself out. Whoa, okay.
Wow, the like 100 LG damage, and then the grapple to escape, but then the re-engage from Wenger, only to be met by a rail from Maxter. Like you never like to see it go down that way. But 3 frags, obviously Wenger's like, all right, I better be pretty careful here, and he is just essentially jumping backwards with the railgun out, ready to fire. There's one shot. And that is the best that he can do. It's probably going to help him stay away from another potential frag. Can't believe he got away from that one with 5 points of health, but there it is. Wenger does manage to get that frag, and with 30 seconds left, Wenger still needs to be careful here. Like, he has not won this, but the huge rocket exchange, Wenger takes that one, and now he will just go into the corner and shell up for the first map victory.
Absolutely. If Maxter got a frag there, highly likely he can get a conversion on this map. But you have to say, the respect for Wenger was huge. He didn't feel confident at all to make any sort of moves in this map. He's almost fortunate to get such an early lead because that's exactly what he needed to finish the game. So credit to Maxter to staying in it. It was a frustrating game, as you pointed out, in the mid game where he just couldn't even touch his opponent with a glove. And it was close at the end. It could have gone either way.
It really could have, and I think goes to show that predictions were pretty solid both ways, right? Like Maxter absolutely in a couple of different instances, like he was hitting his shots, he had good strategy. I think the only part that he really struggled with was his inability to kind of crack that shell in the middle that Wenger had set up, that barrier in the upper level. Played it really well, even when he did kind of deviate from playing that area, was able to get right back to them pretty quickly with the grapple. And using that first frag was just absolutely gorgeous. Like, I can't even believe it. And that tri-bolt was something else too. So both players just showing, hey, we're here to play. Wenger comes out a little bit on top with a 3-frag lead over his opponent, but who knows what might happen here in the next 2 maps.
For sure. And again, that's just not the Wenger we're used to seeing. We're way more used to seeing him being in your face and aggressive, but that's just the respect and the way you have to play against Maxter. So full credit for Maxter to being as good as he is to force that out of Wenger, and full credit for Wenger to having that adaptation. But you even saw the frag he got back into the game with, that tri-bolt, came from a situation where he wasn't even able to see his opponent. Just having to guess, use the tri-bolt effectively and netted in that frag. But well played by Wenger, using the Athena on the defense. It's a hard task on a map like Deep Embrace when it's small and aggressive, so he had to be mentally astute for the full 10 minutes.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's amazing that most damage done by Wenger was either rail or LG. Just is pretty shocking. Not surprised about the LG. I think it makes a lot of sense on that map, especially considering that he was playing the middle. You get a conversion frag, right? Couple of places that you can really put a B to LG on your opponent and potentially convert. But I definitely makes me curious for what could happen here in our next map, which is going to be Awoken. Maxter's going to be on the Ranger, and Wenger is going to be on the Strogg. So mixing things up a little bit here. But, you know, we were talking about it last week about what is different between, say, the Wenger of last season and the Wenger of this season. We all did agree, just like what you said, that there was definitely something in terms of confidence. And part of that was seen because usually Wenger has this, like, swagger about him, right? You mentioned the aggression, but it's also, there's some style. Like, he frags, and when he plays, a lot of times it's in style. You're just like, where'd this kid come from? And we haven't seen that as much, which isn't a terrible thing, because at the end of the day, you play to win. It doesn't matter if you're stylish or if you're messy. As long as you win, that's what matters. And I don't know if this is kind of Wenger trying to kind of find himself as a player, or what that is, but, you know, it's curious and interesting to watch nonetheless.
Yeah, and no matter what it is, it's going to help him mature as a champion, right?
I agree.
You often say in traditional sports, like, it's often a sign of a championship team when they can kind of win when they're not playing well. They grind it out, and that's kind of where he's at in his career at this point. It's definitely not the best Quake we've seen from Wenger, but he's finding a way to win, and that's only going to make him better.
I completely agree. You know, there's always different mountains to climb when it comes to professional gaming, and Quake is absolutely no different. One season you can feel like you've got it all figured it out, and the next season it can, you know, things could be a little bit more shaky. So I think it just makes it more exciting across the board in terms of the games that we're seeing. And we are going to start things off here on Awoken in the first minute with a pretty slow set of engagement. Again, comes down to the respect of these two players, and it comes down to just how important that first frag can be for momentum. There's a few exchanges here. Maxter knew that his opponent was likely covering that middle area. Rails do come out. Wenger lands that first one. He's going to retreat back, grab that Mega. And so each side sort of taking a major item. But these rails from Wenger already showing some good defensive action here, as it's been most of his damage versus Maxter. Wow.
Nice, yeah. And they almost nullify each other, which is why it ends up being a slightly more passive game when you see these two brutes going head-to-head, because they're both so effective with the angles with the rail. They are both quite hesitant to really make any aggressive moves, because they also know you're quite likely to be punished with either the rocket or the LG if you do make that move. So it becomes a game of cat and mouse, and much more of a game of chess than we see.
I mean, rail has definitely been really interesting in this game. We've got more fired out here. Wenger's taking his side, setting up for possible heavy here as he's just made the rounds. Looking for a shot. There it is. And he has found so many of those, ZSX, just anticipating him in the position he's in. There is another one. He's shooting a 60% rail. Maxter's with the 66. It actually seems like it should be higher. But there it is.
And the thing you can't discount with these rails isn't necessarily the economical impact they do, which is obviously big. It's the psychological impact, you know, is that every time you go around a corner, you're eating a rail, you end up second guessing your strategy. Yep. And that's what we're seeing here. And that's what Wenger's done to Maxter. Because of all these rails, Maxter's having to play more and more defensive. But there we go. Big mistake coming out from Wenger to go aggressive. The orb comes out. We see the first frag of the game.
That orb was huge. Orb out. Maxter grabbed the heavy, then just teleported right on top of the Mega. I do think that Wenger knew exactly what was going on, but was like half a second behind Maxter in terms of like the brain processing that, and it ended up being that first frag for Maxter. Now, he was not able to convert, which for Wenger, real good. Both players again exchanging some sick rails, and that puts Maxter very, very low, grabbing a couple bubbles, putting himself back up to 72 now. And then there's another one, and both players just kind of back off and disengage a little bit. So I really like this style that we're seeing here. Huge rail cross map from Wenger through that teleporter, and Maxter's going to have to figure out what his next plan of attack is going to be.
Team Max is a little bit frustrated here because every single time he wants to do something, he's getting hit by rail after rail after rail, and they're always on even keel, always trading. So we're obviously picking up the shots from Wenger, but the plays from Maxter are even bigger. As there we go, orb to shotgun. And this is the power of the Ranger. Yes, there's a strong, there's the first peaker of the game, I think, as well, but the orb has that X factor, and that's what we're seeing from Maxter. He's trapped down below, but he's taken the item and somehow taken the frag. Can he get this mega? Those Wenger's already there, so Maxter has to retreat.
I mean, honestly, I still think Maxter comes out of that so good. Losing the mega, it's like no big deal at all. So much there from the orb to shotgun combo. Like, that was pure map strategy right there. Knowing, like, I'm pretty sure my opponent is there. This is the best way to go about it. Now LG battle for another frag, and Maxter throwing up the 4 frags before Wenger can even get on the board. So impressive what we're seeing here right now here from Maxter.
Yeah, now he's got control of this rail as well, which has been the only weapon in the arsenal of Wenger that's had any sort of impact so far. The Pika comes out as well, but what's the goal there? There's nothing up for defending, and Wenger's way too early to be contested in his heavy. Not sure if he's lost a little bit of timing here as well, but already looking slightly desperate if anything. He's got no rail to work with, no items. Fake rocket jump from Maxter as well. This time Wenger should be winning this item, but he's taken a lot of damage in exchange for it, and now he can finally get a rail.
I mean, it's very reminiscent of kind of what we saw in game 1 from Wenger in terms of how he was controlling that middle, and now Maxter getting an opportunity to do it. As you mentioned, him holding out on that rail was a big help there, but he is going to have to back off as finally that LG from Wenger comes out. Problem with is that, you know, Wenger not only needs to grab control, and he has an opportunity to do it right here. Orb coming back up, but it's just going to be a decoy as it allows Maxter to escape. Wenger with very little armor stack, but the better health stack is going to move in, try to grab that heavy, and he does. There's a big opportunity for Wenger to finally get on the board there. He has another one with the rail hit, and Maxter, once again, his map awareness is so good. Finally, Wenger's going to catch up to him, but a couple defensive rockets, and he stops him in his tracks.
Yeah, not sure why Max is looking a little bit rattled, but on the scoreline, he should be feeling decent enough anyway. Oh, Pika does a lot of damage there. Wenger knows it. 2 seconds to go before this heavy. Is Maxter going to risk it? He can rocket jump straight back out, which he does to get away from Wenger. Now Wenger's feeling the same pain that Maxter felt in map 1, which is how on earth do I catch my opponent?
Yep, that's exactly right. It's a role reversal in the biggest way here. I think the bigger difference being the face more. So there's a lot of little tricks and teleporters that you can use here to, you know, make it even harder to get chased down. And great patience by Maxter as he once again waits for that rail, and then the orb over to the mega. He's going in for the attack, waits outside the teleporter, is not going to get an exit frag on that one, but what a nice grab and escape yet again.
That was almost so nice. Constantly on the run. Wenger did not expect double back on the aggression there. Really nice by Baxter to buy enough time to steal that item away. He's playing on another level at this point in time, and you can see Wenger unable to find a way in, unable to trick his opponent, trap his opponent. He's trying so damn hard, but once again, Maxter doubles back to pick up another item, and this is all he needs to do. Trade, take the high ground, hit the rail through the TP, just misses that one. But he's in such a strong position, there's not much Wenger can do to penetrate this. He even tries to go up the jump pad, which is foolhardy. And that might be the end of any sort of aggression, any sort of comeback, as Wenger living with nothing to work with.
Oh, it's so juicy. It's what I like to see. 2 minutes left, 5th frag for Maxter. And I don't even know if I can tell you the last time that I saw Wenger in a match with a 0.
Yeah,
so
what's really interesting is from Max's POV, when does he look to any sort of pressure? Wenger can't find an in, and he's the one playing a strong. Super fast, super tricky. This might be the time, but there you go. Maxter standing his ground. can just rocket jump away if he needs to, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Minute and 20 seconds to go, Wheat. Can Wenger even get a frag in that time?
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
There it is. I mean, you know, like well, he's going to try to go for another one. We got an orb coming out immediately, and just kind of breaking that down a little bit. There was a part of me that was thinking, gosh, what a great set of momentum to have going into the third game with possibly shutting your opponent out in map 2. Like, that'd be pretty good. So, honestly, Wenger getting that single frag, I think that was a pretty big deal going into map 3, believe it or not. Like, Maxter's not in any danger that he is going to lose this matchup. As you can see, here is the chase coming out from Wenger. He's trying everything he can. He does hit that rail, resulting in a suicide, going to put it down to a 1-4 game. But low scoring here on Awoken. Still an incredibly interesting game. There we're going to have the old switcheroo with the orb. And the final 20 seconds of this matchup is going to be Maxter, mostly just trying to defend away. Oh, big LG. The bells are going off, man. As there's that fifth frag is back for Maxter in the final 10 seconds. Maxter's going to grab it. We're going to be tied up in this series. A very low scoring game. But I think one of the biggest takeaways is like Wenger getting on the positives, probably a big deal. More importantly, Maxter played an impeccable, really flawless game there.
Yeah. Almost an identical matchup to map 1, just reversed as we talked about. And, you know, I was hyping the intro to think of these two Titans going head to head, but what's happened is they're nullifying each other. There's just, there's so much respect. They're not stupid enough to be overcommitting, and because they're each doing significant damage through railing, through spam, no one can make a move. And so that's why we're seeing such a stalemate at each one at a time, and it comes down to who can outmaneuver each other. And we saw sparingly that eventually it was Maxter. And ever since he got the lead, no cracks in that armor whatsoever.
Yeah, none at all. And I like what you say about sort of the nullification between these two, because it's kind of exactly what has happened. Now, this is we're going like saving the best for last here, because we're going to Ruins, and it's going to be Wenger on the Scale and Maxter on the Anarchy. And you know, I don't know how to even call this one.
I know you,
it's
man.
scary. It's scary.
It can go both ways, right? If Maxter plays smart and uses the speed and the maneuverability of the Anarchy, he can actually make Scale Bearer's life a misery, because you're a big target. You're quick, but you're not as quick as an Anarchy, and the Anarchy has the inject as well. And you know, you're playing a map where it's pretty difficult to maximize the utility of the bull rush. So you could definitely dismantle him. At the same time, if you meet Anarchy in a choke point, he can disappear very quickly as well.
Yeah.
So if Maxter can play the rail game, if he can keep Maxter at a distance, if he can keep Wenger at a distance, he will win this. If Wenger finds a way to engage in choke points, engage down by the heavy, and really bring it into more of a brawl, he should win this. It really depends on who is able to force their game and their initiative.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think what's fascinating is that the middle control is going to end up dictating the victor of all three of these maps, right? We saw Wenger with his control in the middle on Deep Embrace. We saw then Maxter do the same thing on Awoken. If we're talking about middle control, though, I do give a few extra points to Scale, right? Don't necessarily need that mobility, but it also means that Wenger needs to be hitting his rails, that he needs to making the smart decisions on when to extend himself and when to be back there. But as you said, you know, Anarchy's got kind of the full circle of the map to probably deal with that. So if Maxter can land those rails, it is absolutely still very much possible. So I you know, this is it's still a toss-up, but I love the dynamic and really just how polar opposites these two seem to be in terms of their champions, yet I still think either one has the potential to take it.
Yeah, this is not a given either way, shape or form. And then you put it out perfectly. The challenge is, as the Anarchy, can you make sure you pressure those items? If you begin to forfeit them, if you
Right.
get bullied off them, if you get scared or whatever it is, if you begin to forfeit that control, that's when the game will start to slip away from you, because the conversion potential is just so huge. Whereas the scale, if you can then find that balance of not overcommitting and not just steamroll through, take an item and take 200 damage in return, if you could do it safely and calculated, that's where you have a bit of an advantage. So we'll have to see. It's slightly easier to execute perfectly as a scale barrier, but I would say the higher potential if you do well is an anarchy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. And just taking a look at the predictions from chat, chat still has Wenger with about 577,000 Quake points to Maxter's 135,000 Quake points, and that's actually a little bit larger gap than I would expect given what we've watched here in the last few games. And I also have to note, we see Maxter with 5 frags on each one. Same thing happened with Zanaku versus Rafa, where he only was able to get 4 frags in his 3 maps. So I don't know, we could get a repeat of that, but watch out.
I mean, doesn't matter if you contain your opponent to 0, then you're gonna win, right? Doesn't matter how many you
That's
get.
right.
Yeah, you
That
go.
is right.
But it's not been a high-scoring game throughout. It's been incredibly respectful from both sides, and the level of skill is through the roof, both mechanically and strategically. So they've both had very little mistakes in either one of these games. It's just come down to moments of brilliance. Even on the last map, the frags Maxter got were so carefully forged and largely came from the X factor of being a ranger. I think 2 of them came from the orbs or there or thereabouts.
Definitely.
Whereas whereas Wenger didn't have that at disposal. He had to force his way in the old school way. That was one of the key points of difference. And on this map, neither one of them has that X factor. It's going to come down to speed versus brawn.
And we are officially live with this matchup here. Wenger is going to get a spawn that's going to allow him to get heavy. And look at that, LG coming out, then to the rail. Quick switch, 1-2.
Nice.
And that is a great way for Wenger to start. He immediately went to the middle, pulled out his rail after grabbing it from down below, and now is trying to set up for that first frag. So pretty much exactly what we thought might happen here. But Wenger already looking, I would say, even a little bit more aggressive here in this opening matchup, and he gets it. He just eats all of the LG damage. He is very much in the danger zone, though. He's still going to grab that heavy. Maxter knows that he can't push his luck there, and so he lands a rail, but then he immediately backs off, goes for that mega. That will put him back, but Wenger on the board first with that first frag.
Yeah, you always end up miscalculating how much damage reduction there is and how low your opponent is in those situations, and Maxter pushed it to the absolute limit. You have to remember, he's picked Anarchy into this scale. It's a very hard matchup for the Anarchy, so he clearly feels confident and has a game plan to counteract that. Not the best start, obviously, but he's kept Scale in a manageable position. He has himself in position now for the Mega himself. They will continue to trade items, but there's a big enough split for one of these 2 to take the initiative on the next round.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing from Maxter here, playing, the back stairs for that rail, does land it. Wenger is going to continue to hold on to the middle. He's going to let his opponent come up, and then there is the rocket to the rush. And it won't matter. He's not going to actually commit to that, but falls down below. Is going to end up giving up the heavy. He's got to make a way over to the Mega, which he does right now.
Doing
Rocket
it.
jump up to the top.
No way!
Oh, Maxter with the bounce off of the Mega, and then the rail for frag number 1, and we are tied.
That's what we said. There was enough time for someone to take the initiative, and Max that timed that to perfection. Question is, can he do it again? Wenger comes barreling on 3 so low. Maxter is too, but the inject saves the day. He's going to double back with the rail, doesn't hit it this time. Wenger will be barreling on up to that high ground, trying to steal away the Mega. Doesn't want it to happen a second time. I don't think Maxter's going to feel confident this time, but how did he hit 96 damage from there?
Wow. I don't even know. This has already been really impressive play that we've seen from both players. I like what we're doing, and once again there is like a little element of negation. Both players totally viable strategies. Up the jump pad on the follow with the bull rush into the rail, and Wenger actually is not even sure which way he should go. He knows that that heavy is about to spawn. He narrowly dodges that rail as well. The rocket jump up to the top to the what? No way! No! my God, what a gamer. Two of the most amazing rails that we've seen yet here in Season 3. Holy shit.
Literally double railed that from 2 different positions, down below and up top. That was fucking mind-blowing.
And that's a 2-frag lead there for. Oh my! How is this happening though? Wenger though with the rocket and just enough splash damage there from Maxter to kill himself, or it's going to be a 1-frag game and we're tied again as Wenger, knowing he can get a little aggressive, and now off the spawn lands the first rail and a second rail to take the lead yet again, 4-3. And that, I mean, so much just happened in the last 40 seconds. Notwithstanding the like 3 conversion frags that Wenger just got to put him back in this game, but I cannot believe that we just saw that from Maxter. But Wenger, in his own confidence, knew that he was going to be able to get that frag. Still the rails exchanging here, and this is a back and forth.
This is why I love Scaleborough games, DJ Wheat. It's such bullshit. And Maxter is pushing it to the limit. I was about to say, I hope Maxter doesn't get caught up in the intensity of the game, as he lost a few frags in that moment as well, as Wenger was able to stabilize. But we're back to almost parity here as Wenger has the high ground, Maxter has the item, and there'll be a big contest here over for the Mega, as they both know what it is. Huge rail coming out, the bull rush, but he still has the turn radius. Wenger's Scalebearer has got better, not gonna lie.
I agree. Really impressive what we're seeing here. And frankly, like, I'm super impressed with Maxter too. Not only is his ability to kind of keep his opponent zoned and you know, a safe amount of space between the two, but the shots that he's been hitting have been great as well. It really is when, you know, Scalebearer is going in for that kiss of death, that, you know, Maxter's finding himself like, I'm not really sure what I need to do here. Outside of that scenario, he seems like he's got an answer to everything that is happening right now, but that situation has put Wenger into that 2-frag lead.
Yeah, and Maxter has to be using the speed and the cornering potential, to be blunt, to outmaneuver his opponent. He can't afford to get caught into these mid-range encounters. He has to be using the rail, he has to be using the speed to get around the map quicker than his opponent. And that's exactly what he needs to do. And there you go, there's the trickiness of the Anarchy, getting into a better position than his opponent. But Maxter on the ropes once again as the Scalebearer comes barreling on through, 5 HP. He will get away from there with the inject up, but the items have such a big split. He has to get this item. He can't afford to let the Scalebearer get it, and there we go. He misses a crucial rail though, as that will leave the door open for Wenger to contest this next Mega, which is going to be a big item.
It was you know, key rail could have potentially given him another frag, although Wenger was able to at least rearm off of that, and now waiting for, oh no, the rocket into the failed rush, but it won't matter. Wenger is going to recover with that Mega. Now he's looking for his opponent, seeing if he can get that last shot, and he does. A rail around the corner. Great map awareness there. A super by Wenger that's going to help him maintain that 2-frag lead.
That was a surprise bull rush that made my heart skip, but Maxter's still in this game. It's an absolute bloodbath. Just need to... What Wenger's done well, though, is he's actually limited these rail encounters. Most of the rails that they're both taking are super quick peaks that require a lot of skill and luck to execute, whereas in the opening, it was very much long-range one-on-one fights, and so Wenger's... He's able to force these close-range encounters. We've seen a lot of successful bull rushes, a lot of capability for Wenger to close the gap. And so that's the concern from Max's point of view.
I do like Maxter also kind of favoring the LG in some of those situations. It's definitely netted him a couple of frags that, I mean, of course, he's also gotten bull rushed into oblivion while having that LG out too. But great example right there as he comes in, a lot of LG from the top and then finishes up with the rail. I mean, honestly, a great choice of weaponry right there. And that's exactly the kind of play that's going to try to put him back into a situation to take this one. Ooh, that was a little scary on that bull rush as he does get hit in the back, but somehow manages to get away. Mega up in 2. It is going to get grabbed there by Maxter. Now Maxter with a big opportunity here. 8 seconds until that heavy comes up. No armor stack for Wenger. Could be an opportunity right here. Wenger's going to try to grab that 50 and then head back down to the lower. He's going to be too late, though, and this will be the first time in a while that Maxter's double down on both of the heavy items.
What Wenger's done such a good job of is just the double backs and the baiting into these doorways. Like running away there, he was super low, but using the speed to close the gap once again. How does he do this? He just pushes his champion to the absolute limit, goading the Anarchy into his zone of death.
Unreal. That was a hit confirmed bull rush, right? Like, I mean, the moment that rocket hit, he knew he was going to kind of get stuck to that corner. But then to come off such a beautiful frag like that, only to get LG down by Maxter, really goes to show that no one is safe here in this matchup. There is still 1 minute and 15 left, and 1 frag separates these two. Yes, Wenger does have the lead, but Maxter, he's got maybe the speed to bring it out. There's a nice rail. Going to try to hit a second one. Unfortunately, that one does not hit. He's going to have to reposition here. A beautiful rail on the defensive. Wenger running away, but 1 minute left to go. It all comes down to this.
Really does. Wenger's on the ropes here as Maxter's got him cornered. The bull rush comes out, but at what cost? He just stands like a turret. He whips him round. 3 seconds to the Mega, but he wants to put the pressure on now. He wants to end it before Wenger can get anything to defend himself. Realizes he missed his chance, but he can't miss this heavy without contest, which he's going to do. So that's a big lifeline for Wenger.
Yeah, unreal. And here we go. Was it going to be an LG battle to determine
why?
And it was Maxter who wins that LG battle, suddenly putting the Wenger on the back foot. I'm not sure if he just thought, I have to take this fight. I need this major item. I don't know, but there's the inject in the final seconds, and Maxter is just going to run it out for the victory. 8-9, and I mean, unbelievable. You know, Dan's actually right. Dramas beats Rafa. Like, what a day. Maxter with an Are you mad about that one? Sorry. Maxter with an incredible victory over Wenger. Oh my God, like so much happened in that 10 minutes. Let's bring Flea back to discuss it. GG's to both players. Unreal. Flea.
Unreal indeed. Dan's reaction was wonderful too, just straight, absolutely no emotion when you said that about him being right for once. I also just loved the flair that Maxter was bringing, you know, with some of his skills. I was watching the webcam, he lands a nice rail, he stops and he tips the camera with an invisible head. He's like, a little salute, like, I know, I'm the man, okay? But yeah, that was a very solid series overall. It started off from deep embrace, right? Maxter making excellent use of the railgun, but Wheat, I think you even called it, Wenger's right hand, the LG, right? And he kind of played it the way that we saw it earlier as well. You close the gap, use the grapple hook to get close, and then the LG or the rockets clean up your opponent. Then maps 2, yeah, the orb and the rail by Maxter. I think that really sums it up, right? With such beautiful, creative orbs as well, always putting himself in a good situation. Even though Strog is so much faster than him, it was really Maxter who was controlling the pace of the game and who was staying back.
Dude, that frag was insane!
58% LG as well. Holy shit.
Oh my God. So I love that Maxter put himself on the little guard railing up the stairs, just up against the wall. Literally watched Wenger pass right by him like he missed the bus, and then he's like, well, screw you, bus. Here's an LG in the caboose. Unreal. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off like that.
No, we were just at the end anyways. It was just an overall beautiful series. The final map was a bit more of a brawl than the first two, right? Constant back and forth, neither playing willing to back down, and Wenger making really good use of that bull rush most of the time, very rarely missing, almost always getting an advantage out of it. But indeed, there were some misplays, right? Like the one we just saw where he just ends up passing right on by, and then Maxter is like, boo, here I am, and it all just ends up falling apart. And in the end, Wenger, I think, perhaps a bit too aggressive at times, right? Dan, you said it. Didn't
Yeah.
need to take that fight that sends the scoreline in Maxter's favor, but overall, well played to both of these players. But Maxter, a deserved win. He continues his undefeated streak.
I mean, Maxter turned into the human version of Ison's turret right there. He just sat and just zipped him down. But I mean, that was an amazing series. The kind of strategy and skill in maps 1 and 2, and just I think we should put a QPR rule where someone has to play Scale Bearer every series for that action in map 3. It was so fun. I think at the end, honestly, I think Wenger was tilted to take some of those fights, just trying to push his advantage.
Yeah.
But like the first 7 or 8 minutes, the way in which he was able to double back and use the bull rush and make it effective against an Anarchy was remarkable. Like, he was baiting Anarchy into these choke points and then turning around and saying hi. It was just amazing. But at the end of the day, like, Maxter kept his cool. After tipping his hat, he actually lost 4 frags. I think he cost himself that just for a second, but he got back into it. What can you say? We've had an amazing day of comebacks.
Well, I mean, Maxter and Wenger probably just grabbed 6 of the 10, shots of the week, top plays of the week. Definitely, I'm pretty sure we're going to see that the LG push, giving Scale Bear a little bit more momentum behind that bull rush. Unreal. Congrats to Maxter. That's wild, and to think that Wenger, previous season champion, is 3-3 so far in this season just goes to show how wild and crazy this new season is going to be.
It is indeed. And talking about wild and crazy, we're probably going to move on to the most wild and crazy matchup of the day. And if it's anything to match up the rest of them, you guys are in for a treat. It's going to be Kilson versus Razy after the break to see if Kilson can carry on going undefeated. I mean, it's series like that that make me thankful we only have 5 series sometimes. I don't know how much my heart can take anymore. Every single series of the day has been incredible in one way, shape, or form. And I think we have another one coming up, boys. We have Kilson, undefeated, only player in the QPL left undefeated, against Razy, who's sitting up in the top 3, but has had an iffy start so far to the season, if all things considered.
Yeah, it's not quite the Razy that we've seen get, top 2 in the grand final so far, right? He hasn't had a bad stage by any means, but still, his form sometimes does fall short. Yes, he continues making the same flashy play, out comes the gauntlet, we all know and love it, but overall it does feel like there's something in terms of that consistency that I think has been lacking a little bit, and we could see that most obviously against Dramis, who has now taken down Rafa, Wenger, and Razy as well. And yeah, of course, when you're up against someone who's playing that well, those flaws are all the more exposed, and I think that Kilson might be able to expose them too.
Yeah, I mean, just to pick up where you left off, Lee, Kilson is, right, last season, even despite the eye injury, he persisted through it and, got things taken care of. But if one thing has been pretty constant and tried and true about Kilson is that fire, that Quake fire in his heart, it never lets up, right? Even when he's in a situation where he's not able to play at his 100%, he's giving it 1,000%. We've clearly seen this in his play. We've seen it in his streams when he's just practicing. We've seen it in his attitude. So it's not too surprising to me to see and even hear you say, hey, Kilson's the only undefeated person in the QPL, right? Kilson's journey has been going on for a long time, but if you think about his QPL journey, he is like risen above the clouds now, and I think really does want that championship spot again. So it's an exciting player to watch, but Razy is definitely no pushover, and I think we'll go to the picks and bans and maybe try to figure out where this matchup might go.
Well, I think you said it. I mean, my point of view, like, Kilson is gone under the radar even when he won his championships, because everyone looks at Rafa being so dominant, Rafa being this, being that, but Kilson's always been there or thereabouts in terms of skill. And so it's his time to shine now with Rafa losing a series. I think he'll be putting himself in this position to be that number 1 and be as respected as he potentially should be. But at the same time, as you said it, Razy's got that ability to get under his skin. We've seen it time and time again. Razy's been that enigma for him. And the question is, can he overcome it today? So, Flea, why don't you talk us through this draft a little bit?
Absolutely. So first of all, we're picking Awoken, and once again, look at that, Scalebearer being banned. We saw clearly what a master of the champion can do, even though Wenger fell short. Razy doesn't want to take any risks, immediately gets rid of the big galactic warlord. So that means we are getting Ranger versus the Doomslayer on Awoken. Pretty standard matchup, I feel like. Secondly, Blood Covenant. First time today, Slash is sliding into action once more against Athena. Now that is going to be a joy to watch. Two of the absolute fastest and most mobile champions in the game on a map like Blood Covenant, which really allows you to make the most of that speed. And then finally, Deep Embrace will be Razy running the BJ versus the Strog. Interesting.
Are you surprised, Wheat, Clutch was not banned or picked?
I guess, yeah, given Awoken is up on there, but I think I'm actually, the bigger surprise to me is actually the BJ on Deep Embrace. We haven't seen, like, BJ's been, I don't know, on vacation, just haven't seen him as much. I'm just gonna throw out a wild prediction here, and based off of how we saw Wenger playing Deep Embrace a little bit, maybe BJ is just going to be utilized as like a double LG, killing machine. And I don't know. I'm very, very curious about map 3, but I don't know. I guess I'm not surprised about the Clutch. I think Kilson's probably comfortable enough. He's like, great, if you want to pick it, pick it. But yeah, I don't know. That's where I stand.
Yeah, I also see the Slash pick maybe is a slight denial pick. I know Razy can play it, but obviously Kilson would probably rather play it there, so that's going to be interesting. That's probably my favorite matchup of the rest. But across the rest of the board, I agree. I think that BJ pick's a little bit unusual. There's not a lot of champions left that excel there. I mean, we've seen Keel in the past in the meta. I don't think that's the best pick against a stronger Pika,
Yeah.
but I would have probably suggested the Sorlak. So interesting to see why he picked that as well. We'll see when we get there. But I think draft alone, I actually favor Kilson.
I'm inclined to agree. Yeah, I think that Kilson has the upper hand. Strong on Deep Embrace, I think is definitely the better pick. And when it comes to Awoken, I would also favor, well, the Doomslayer coming out. Now, map 2, I think that's the big unknown. You know, Athena is absolute S tier on Blood Covenant if you play her well, but so is Slash. I just remember all of those games we've seen Rafa run circles around everyone with Slash on this map. So both of these champions fill kind of the same role of hyper mobility, extreme acceleration. So that's a bit of a toss-up for me. But other than that, I agree with ZSX. Skillson has the better picks, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to make this a hat trick of predictions. I agree. I still think Kilson walks away as the victor on this one. According to the predictions, chat believes the same thing, but not by much. Probably the closest that we've seen some of the predictions here today. So I definitely think that, you know, we saved the best for last. This is certainly going to be explosive unless one player just comes out swinging and hits a punch that no one really expects and down the other goes. But I just don't see that happening here. I think it's going to be a slog all the way to that final moment of Game 3.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be close either way. I mean, and we know Razy puts a lot of thought into his picks, and I don't know if he's big-brained himself here a little bit too much and tried to be too eccentric. I think he's done that in the past, and maybe he's done it today. But either way, I think Kilson has an easier lineup to execute, yet has a lot of X factor hidden within it as well. So just on that and the way he's been playing, I'm going to side with Kilson. I can't even say if it's going to be 2-1 or 3-0. I think every map's going to be pretty close either way.
Yep, same thing here. I think it will be. Personally, I think it's going to be a 2-1 for Gilson, just looking at the matchup.
Oh, you're just getting wet,
keep
right?
Yeah, like it's really cold, and if it was a little warmer, maybe it wouldn't be as bad, but I just didn't notice its first 2 games. I just...
I live in the UK. I'm kind of used to this weather. It's fine.
All right, well... ZSX, I think the players are ready, audience is ready, casters are ready. ZSX,
I'll
go
put up
get
you
some
anyway.
cereal and a cup of
will.
coffee, and
Thanks.
Flea and I are going to take this one. So,
Finally.
Flea, I think this. Even though he can hear, and he's going to be like, "You bastard!" So. I think that this is going to be a good one, despite the fact that all 3 of us said Kilson is going to win it. Never count Razy out. And I do think there's a little bit of a mental game that's happening here that we might not see on the surface, but is certainly happening between 2 players. So.
Oh, absolutely. I do think this is going to be a close one. If we look at their match history, last time they played was at the Quake World Championships, and then it was Razy who won 2-1. But just a few weeks before that, in the final stage of the last season, it was Kilson who won 2-1. So there's a significant back and forth there. Neither player really consistently coming out on top and proving himself to be the better one. Nope, it's always close. It's always a really tight and hard-fought game. And let's see today who comes out on top. Kilson, can he continue his undefeated run, or will it be Razy snapping back into action?
Either way, it's going to be a good one. We're going to kick things off with Kilson, who off spawn is going to grab himself the heavy. You can imagine where Razy went to. And then an exchange right away as Kilson hits 1 rail. Here's 2 rails in a row. Someone in chat asked if he was going to hit 13 rails in a row. Well, he's only got 11 more to go.
That really was obscene. And Kilson, we interviewed him afterwards, and I mentioned it to him. I was like, you went 4 minutes without missing a rail. And he was like, really? Didn't even notice. Nah, that's just Kilson for you. But so far, neither player really pushing in aggressively. Kilson wanted to deny the railgun for a little bit there, but had to give it up to his opponent, and is now caught in a bad spot. Razy, what a burst of aggression with the orb. Kilson still caught out with the rail in hand, and that cost him that first frag.
Yeah, I mean, not only just the uptick in aggression, but also the switch to the shotgun was just perfect for that situation right there. And now Razy, underneath his opponent, knows exactly where Kilson is right now. Kilson's kind of like, where the heck is my opponent? Orb is up. He's going to go aggressive right away. Oh, it might not work out too well, and it doesn't as Kilson pins him up against the wall. On the fall, he walks away from that one limping, but he did manage to get on the board and a frag. He's back up to almost full health. He will be after this traverse through the back hallway, and that aggression didn't really pay off, Lee.
Limping is definitely one way to put it. He had literally 1 HP left, and now he's immediately caught Razy again, but he was a little slow on the switch to the LG, I felt like. Took more damage than he had bargained for. And now Kilson's kind of on the back foot, both players eyeing the mega health. Oh, Razy's in position first. And that's just the new Berserk ability coming into play, right? It doesn't have the same level of homing to lock onto your opponent when you throw punches, but now you can really just use it to propel yourself forward and get out of these sticky situations even faster. And Kilson demonstrating it perfectly right there.
2 minutes now passed on the clock. Tied 1-1, both players wanting to slow it down, understanding that it's basically 0-0 right now at the point in which they're at. Both players' stacks looking decent here. And Heavy is up. Big rocket coming out from Kilson. He is going to land some damage, but has to get out of there because Razy's still hitting his shot. And another rail from Razy, and he's going to put the chase on. LG comes out. It'll be an easy cleanup. And the second frag coming out for Razy around the 2-minute, 30-second mark.
That first rocket weed, that was so huge because I don't know if you caught it, but Razy threw the orb towards Mega and then tried to jump on Heavy. So he would take Heavy and then teleport to Mega. But that one rocket bounced him back and delayed him so long that he couldn't use the teleport anymore. So Kilson almost thwarted a beautiful plan, but ultimately it was still Razy who came out on top and got himself the frag. Luckily for Kilson, though, the big man from Germany is now looking to be in tip-top shape. Mega went his way. Some nice rail damage being exchanged.
Yeah, I mean, 2 really nice rails. Orb goes out, but it's just going to be used as bait. LG, but Kilson with the rocket as he's pushed to the corner. Once again, walking away from that frag. Not looking too healthy, Flea, but it doesn't really matter. As long as you get the frag, you have the opportunity to gain some control. Not going to convert off of that, but that's okay. He's still incredibly low as Razy has an idea where he is at and how low he is. Kilson is finally going to have to back out, but he is railable right now. And Razy dropping down with the LG, but unfortunately, Kilson just had the way better positioning there, and he picks up the lead and frag number 3.
Yeah, I don't know about that one either. For a moment, it looked like Kilson would be too late to react, and maybe that's why Razy just jumped down, but still, dropping onto the LG of someone who hits as hard as Kilson does, that's never the best idea unless you've got a massive stack advantage, and Razy just lacked that in this situation. Barely escapes the kill shot there. Oh, I like that orb. That's a good amount of mind games, just completely surprising Kilson. Kilson looking back like, hang on, is Razy just going to swap places with me? Nope. Complete juke to secure himself the heavy and get a frag.
Yeah, that it was big. You know, I think we saw it stick to the floor, and it's like, what is Razy's plan here? But his plan was kind of all cerebral at that point, right? Get Kilson to maybe second guess what's happening or where his opponent might be or might be coming from, and was able to activate off of that. So tied game as we're about to hit the 5-minute mark here. And so far, I'm just kind of loving this chess match that we've got between these two players. Really, really showcasing a lot of different skill sets here. And Razy knows exactly where his opponent is. Fires out that tri-bolt. Tries to follow up with some LG. Doing a good job there. Does pick up the Mega. Now looking for the rail. Does get hit with the rocket. Orbs up to the top. But Kilson, for a second time in this matchup, is ready for it. And punishes with huge rockets. Kilson once again with the lead.
That was a huge mistake by Razy because it came at a critically bad moment as well, Reed. That was the first time in this map that either player could really have gotten away with both major items while taking minimal damage. Razy had a shot at establishing a solid rotation and run it for the next few minutes, but just that burst of aggression didn't pay out. Luckily for him, though, he manages to stop Kilson from doing that. Good LG, lands the shot, 1 HP. Serving Kilson some of his own medicine right there.
Oh my gosh, and still manages to get away. We saw the heavy come out, the orb through the murder hole. Brazy now taking what? But that kind of aim, those kind of shots, Flea, that's exactly why none of us were so quick to count Razy out in really any situation. He is looking very strong today, and when I say strong, I think aim is a big part of that. He's been doing a considerable amount of damage here. LG once again coming out, and it is going to once again come in Razy's favor. Kilson does do a lot of damage, but Razy gets a victory. Heavy armor for that one as well, and now has padded his lead by 2.
Oh, aggressive orb, overshoots it! And the midi in the midair takes him down. Good stuff by Kilson. Razy, he is playing solid, like you said, Weed, but he is making some major unforced errors, just being too aggressive, putting himself in a bad spot with a rocket, with an orb, just blindly engaging in some of these fights, and then before you know it, Kilson, Kilson's the one who ends up closer to the Mega, takes the item, Razy's caught completely cluelessly, and then the German just walks away with yet another frag. I feel like if Razy had played this just in a more cautious, more guarded manner, he would be 3 frags up or so.
I do agree. There's been like a lack of protection of that frag lead. Now, once again, orb comes out, big LG damage, but Kilson is reading this. He is, making all the right decisions in terms of dealing with Razy's orb, and he now takes the lead by 1 after being tied and after Razy having pretty solid lead. But I do agree with you. I think that there's a lot more that Razy could have done in order to protect that lead and could have found himself, 3, maybe even 4 frags up at this point. But now Kilson's with the lead. He's still very, very low. And again, don't count Razy out. We've seen him with some pretty sick shots to kind of regain control. However, he's got to deal with the fact that Kilson now is going to kind of be on the run. So Razy's going to have a couple more orbs here in the last 2 minutes. And is going to need to play this one smart. Oh, no.
Missed the orb. The orb just hit the ledge. Oh, no! Okay,
Wow.
Razy still managed to come out on top. He went up the bounce pad and orbed right away, but it hit the ledge, so he didn't follow on through with his teleport. Still getting the frag, though. And now 7-7 all tied up with barely more than a minute left on the clock. Big delay between the items, so both players are at similar stacks right now, but they don't want to give their opponent any sort of edge, because they know if the other walks away with the major item this close to the end of the game, they could be out of positioning for the remainder. And that's exactly why Razy is still pushing in so aggressively. Doesn't quite work out, though. This is risky. At least he's got positioning on the heavy still. Doesn't look like Kilson will be able to get there on time.
Less than 1 minute to go. Rail coming out by Razy as Kilson is going to grab that heavy. And my biggest concern here is that Razy just thinks he needs to go aggressive, when at this point I think he needs to be looking for some control. He goes up the jump pad, caught with a little bit of mid-air LG. There is an orb on top of the Mega to steal that away. I do like that one, and now he will retreat back with 20 seconds left to go. We're likely to go into overtime here. Rockets are exchanged back and forth. A little bit of tri-bolt coming out. Kilson's going to control and hold on. Razy waiting for Kilson to cross through his path in the final 10 seconds. Are we going to go into overtime? It looks like the answer is yes.
Sudden death.
7-7, sudden death has been engaged. Next frag takes home the win. Both players know what's on the line, and Razy so sneaky, setting up a trap. Oh, he's waiting, he's waiting! Kilson jumps away first. Out comes the orb, he doesn't follow through. Good thing that Kilson didn't hold on to that position. If he had waited another second, that would have been it. But now he's got the high ground. Razy, oh no, he's looking the wrong way! Oh, completely looking the wrong way. Lost track of Kilson's position entirely.
I thought for certain he knew exactly where he was, but Rails could decide this one. Both players throwing out, and Razy is very, very much the danger zone right now. No back hallway help bubbles, and Kilson heard him in the back pick up the vial, and that is going to mean death. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that that is how that game ended. Kilson taking the win 8-7. I mean, it was definitely all brains in that one. I feel like Razy absolutely could have won that game, but good on Kilson. He stuck to his game plan. Razy maybe a little bit too aggressive in a couple of situations, allowed Kilson to bring it back in that last moment. I don't know, but Kilson perfectly positioned to hear that pickup and then knew that this game was his. Unbelievable.
Absolutely. In the end, I really do think that Razy made too many mistakes, too many unforced bouts of aggression where he ended up throwing away a very solid position. We're seeing it in some of the recap right now, right? How many times did he just blindly do that? Just orb up into Kilson taking the fight and then got served with rockets to the face until it was over. Why did he go up the bounce pad, right? Even if you know exactly where Kilson is at, that's a risky play. Even if you are able to cling to the edge, and crouch out on top of it, it's so risky to go for that. And Kilson just anticipated it and played that perfectly. But overall, I still stand by what I said earlier. Razy was playing really well, made some 200 IQ plays, but overall, some big mistakes that ended up costing him dearly. And Kilson was the baseline, solid through and through from start to finish. He reacted to what Razy did, and that's what allowed him to win.
Yeah, Kilson definitely played completely solid. He reacted very well to some of the decision-making that Razy was throwing out, specifically the orbs into the middle, where both times Kilson essentially played, pin the tail on the donkey with rockets and Razy's body, and it did not look very good. And those were two moments specifically that I feel like maybe that aggression just didn't quite work out. He also had a couple of orbs that didn't hit their mark. The one that was up the jump pad into the middle area, I don't know, because I just criticized him for going like ultra aggressive into the middle, and that's what he was trying to do a third time. Maybe third time's a charred flea. I don't know. But I suppose either way, good job, Kilson, and let's see if Razy can kind of recollect himself, and if he plays with that 200 IQ play the whole time, this 5-head play, then, I definitely feel like he's capable of taking a game here, but this should be an interesting one.
I mean, I really don't think that first map was that bad for Razy moving into the second, right? Because he didn't get massively outclassed. It was not as if Kilson was slapping him around. So much of why he lost were his own mistakes, unforced errors. If he can clean that up, then I think Razy is looking really good going into map 2 and 3. Like, he just needs to not make the same mistakes that cost him so dearly in map 1, and I would still favor him to come out on top after what we've seen.
Well, Kilson was denied rail for quite a while. Is going to be able to finally pick it up. It does take a rail as, I guess, penalty for grabbing that. He now is sitting with 0 armor stack, and this is definitely going to be one of those games where every single armor is going to be incredibly important. In this case, Kilson down below the columns is going to pick up that 50 before he goes up the jump pad to the Mega, and he grabs that no problem. So based off of what I see, I would not be surprised if we have a pretty low scoring game here. But we'll have to see. As first minute passes, it's still 0-0, and neither player, despite having landed a little damage here and there, has really come out on top.
Now this, I think, just on paper, is one of the most interesting matchups we've seen all day. Athena versus Slash on Blood Covenant. Now, this should be a treat. And it's very interesting just to see how both of these players are approaching it. Like you just said, Wheat, no one is committing. No one is putting themselves out there. They're showing a lot of respect. And I think Razy has realized that perhaps that was a bit of the issue. Not showing enough respect to Kilson, putting himself in bad situations, just going all in somewhat blindly. And I think that he's committed not to make the same mistake this time.
I would agree with you on that. The rails and hitting those shots are going to be pretty big. This time it's going to be LG coming in, bouncing and jumping across the columns, and Razy's LG is on point, as that will be the decider for frag number 1 as Razy is on the board. You know, he dodged that initial rocket that came out by Kilson. I thought he was immediately then going to go into rail mode, but he decided to make it a mid-range battle and go with that LG, and that was a good decision. So completely agree with you. I think Razy's turned down the aggression modifiers just a little bit and is now seeing what he can get done. Both players, though, taking a little bit of damage there at the top. Nice rail coming out, but the Mega and now Kilson looking for a finishing blow on Razy, cannot find it, will back off.
Razy was left with just 2 points of health after that one. Kilson couldn't pressure him anymore because he too was close to death. Now the next major item to have spawned is the Heavy. I like that neither player just went for it straight away. Both of them were just like holding back a little bit just because of how low their stack was. No one really wanted to commit. And that is a huge rail. Razy landed the opening shot. And now Kilson's stuck in such a bad place. Can he still get out?
Oh.
What is happening?
Oh,
how is he still alive? He's gonna zip up if Razy doesn't push. Okay, Razy actually leaves him be.
Wow.
That was insane.
That was insane. The dodge and all of that from Kilson. The rocket that returned back was 100 damage rocket. I mean, I still think Kilson's got to be careful. He's caught out by the heavy armor. Takes a little bit of damage as he grapples up to the top. He avoids any damage there at the rocket launcher and is actually in much better shape than he was just 10 seconds ago. These little flick rails that we're seeing as each of them kind of show themselves are crucial. Another big direct rocket. Big damage followed up on that. Is Kilson going to be able to go for a follow-up? He tries to hit the rail with the momentum from that grapple, but he cannot get it. It is still 1-0. Heavy is up. Kilson's going for it. And I think this stacked Kilson could be a little scary.
Oh, absolutely. Strange to think that he was down to just 5 points of health a moment ago.
Yeah.
Razy missing the shotgun flying into the room. Yeah. Kilson put himself in that position, though. That hook was suboptimal. He hit the top of the archway, and that's what allowed Razy to do so much LG damage. And now Razy is once again doing what he does best, setting up these sneaky traps, but Kilson has caught on. Knows that something is amiss. Ends up looking the wrong way, though. And it should be Razy to secure the Heavy.
Yeah,
Can you believe we're just seeing one frag with these two champions after 5 minutes?
I mean, I said, it was like, based off of what I was seeing, I thought this was going to be low scoring, but 2 rails coming out from Kilson, and now the machine gun comes out. It looked like Kilson was wanting to maybe go, no, I'm going to hit you with 3 rails, and so Razy stuck around with that machine gun. Unfortunately, did not pay off for him, and now we are tied 1-1. Kilson does look like he's picked up his momentum here a little bit, trying to look for a conversion. Unfortunately, is not going to be found. Saw his opponent go up that jump pad, is going to retreat back for Heavy, but 5 minutes in, 1-1. I'm not surprised because I think that Kilson knows, okay, Razy's an opponent you got to respect, and I think Razy knows, like, I can't play like I played in game number 1, and that's why we're seeing this low-scoring game. Kilson with the great rail from the top to the mid. Is he going to be able to follow up on this one? He does. Nice drop down, and there's a third. And that is the Railson that the audience is looking for week to week. Nice play coming out by Kilson.
Has to be said, though, Razy's rail has been absurd. 75%, and last game I think it was 67 by the end. That's absolutely nuts. But Kilson is counterplaying it really well, because even though Razy is hitting so much with the rail, Kilson's doing an excellent job at never allowing him too close to finish it off. And that's just one of the many strengths of Athena, right? You can keep your opponents at bay if you need to, but when you're in the lead, when you have the better position, you can also be very quick to close that gap.
The Heavy's picked up by Kilson as he takes a rail in the back. Another grapple that unfortunately doesn't work out for him. It still allows Kilson to land a rail that I don't think he would have landed otherwise. And that means that Razy is going to be on the hunt for a stack yet again. And only one frag separating these two. Flea, like, anything can happen in the next 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So here we go. Kilson deciding to open up with the machine gun. Does eat a rail, but throws out a lot of damage. We'll back up now to the Mega again to prepare for that.
I feel like the heavy machine gun on this map increasingly replaces the rail when it's light champions facing off, because it is more difficult to hit, so players are more inclined to just go for the consistent option, even though they might get less damage overall. It's better to get away with 60 or 75 damage, right, than it is with 0. And now Razy picking up the heavy, but he's getting absolutely battered by these rails. Looking for a way out. And of course, the plasma trail is going to help speed up quite a bit. But it looks like he will be forfeiting the Mega and giving Kilson a significant stack advantage.
Kilson now in the upper levels. Expecting another Razy trap. Came up the jump pad, fired the rocket to know. He knew that his opponent was there. But here, yet again, we've got Kilson with a very beefy stack. Sees his opponent down below the jump pad at Mega. And I feel like definitely Kilson is the hunter in this moment in time. Now, the interesting thing is with 2 minutes left to go, Razy needs to pick a moment to be aggressive. He also needs to win this one to potentially take the series. Up the back stairs, Rail comes out, throws out the trail. Kilson, having no problem just chilling up there at the top, will safely drop down and pick up that heavy yet again. And as time ticks away, it's getting worse and worse here for Razy.
Seeing quite a few movement fumbles on Razy's end as well. I've still been speccing him mainly, and he's been hitting some archways, not getting a lot of speed even with that plasma trail. Not looking that good, at least not for the last minute or two. But now it all comes down to this, Wheat. He's got to find somewhere to throw the spanner in the works. This might be it. But Kilson is just forcing him through choke points. Clever plays by the German, not engaging in an LG fight where he knows he will lose a lot of stack, but instead backing off, denying access with the rockets, and then just playing the rail game when he needs to. And now Razy is critically low. Can he even still restack before the timer hits 0?
I mean, if every moment he's trying to restack is not a moment that he's able to do damage versus Kilson. Kilson setting himself up so nicely. Hits another rail on the exit of the teleporter from Razy in the last 20 seconds. Razy has to make a move. He does land a rail. In fact, there's a trade back and forth. Kilson knows he's got his opponent trapped. He throws out a little bit of MG and then says, it's all good. You've got to chase after me. Drops down to the lower levels to grab that 50. And in the final seconds of this game, will take it. What a low-scoring wonder that was. And that is going to give Kilson officially the series win 2-1. Even though we are going to go on to the third game and see how this one plays out. Big victory for Kilson. I think both players really played that one quite well. But you know, you were mentioning some of the faults that you were seeing or complications that Razy was having, whether it be in movement. Tough to play either way based off of how Kilson was playing that. But, you know, what are your overall thoughts on that last game?
Much better performance by Razy than the first. Still struggling a little from over-aggression at times, taking fights when I don't think he should have, and then not being able to get out in time, right? One of the few frags that we saw this game was Razy peppering Kilson with the heavy machine gun, and then all of a sudden you see Kilson switches to the heavy machine gun as well, and Razy tries looking for a way out, desperately makes a move for that health bubble, but can't quite get onto it on time, and then he loses out on a frag when he could have just left after doing most of the initial damage and maybe gotten himself into a better position. So much better performance by Razy, not flawless, and Kilson just counterpunched perfectly. And I also think that the Athena helped him out tremendously, because if we look at the score, right, we see that Kilson ended up doing more damage, but also had significantly more item control. We don't see it anymore right now, but I think Kilson had something like 11 megas versus Razy's 5, something like that. And that verticality that you have with Athena, it helps so much when it comes to maps like Blood Covenant. So I think that Razy was going up against a better champion to begin with, even though he had the normal speed and acceleration. You can't count out the grapple hook when it comes to a map like this. So well played Razy, but it was a deserved win by Kilson. Very reserved and just counter-punching. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, clearly. And, you know, one frag difference in the last 2 games, if that's any indication, these have absolutely been close. And when 2 players are hitting all their shots and hitting above 50 rail and in some cases above 50 LG, a lot of it is going to come down to the individual mistakes that each player is making. Now, it's hard to be incredibly consistent in a 10-minute game of Quake, period. Like, playing a flawless game is not easy, especially when you've got someone constantly breathing down your neck, hitting all of those rails, all the LG, all those perfect rockets, tri-bolts, etc. But that's often what can decide when you've got 2 players that are really coming very equal skill level. In this regard, I think we've seen amazing plays out of both, but I think mistakes have told the tale. Kilson capitalized on those mistakes better than his opponent, is now winning the series 2-0. But this third game, Strog versus BJ, I mentioned earlier that we haven't seen too much BJ the last season or so, or at least in the last 6 weeks, and especially not on Deep Embrace. So curious to see how Razy's going to utilize this.
No, I think we were all a little skeptical of the BJ pick on this map, right? I think almost all of us favored Strog and Peeker. Much more mobility. Peeker is also quite powerful on this map, whereas BJ, yeah. The dual LG, sure, it'll help you in some situations, but you've got no movement options. You're relatively slow, right? There's just not that much that you can do other than, you know, whip out that second gun when it comes down to it. So I'm a little worried for Razy. That was a good rocket, though. Straight through the floorboards. Kilson, no choice but to run away, but wow! Retaliates with a hundo to the face of his own.
That is nice. Yeah. And we did see the double LG come out of the moment that he thought, oh, I've got an opportunity here. Missed rocket jump from Kilson, but he'll find the second one to grab that heavy. I feel like this pick, Flea, is like a pick you'd make if you felt really confident that you were going to out-aim your opponent. But based off the last 2 games, like, that's not the case, right? If he could go back and make these picks all over again, you mentioned sore lag earlier, and I kind of agree with that at least to try to match some level of control on this one. But, you know, this is how the cards fell, and this is how they're going to play. Still 0-0, 1 minute, 20 seconds in, and an indicator that both players incredibly aware of what the other is capable and not wanting to give up that first frag. Kilson does seem like he has been dominating this upper middle area, as we often see here, and Rails haven't quite told the same tale that they've told on other games.
Both players are at 0% railgun lead, so you can say that all right. There's been 8 rails exchanged, and not a single one of them has connected, and that probably has something to do with why this has been such a controlled game. Because both of these players like to find, you know, a bit of opening damage with an unreturned rail and then maneuver and leverage something more. Now finally Razy's starting to hit a bit. And he needed to as well, because Kilson coming out with a bit of a stack advantage. Even after Razy was landing some more of those rails there.
Yeah, I'm actually, given the sick rails we saw the last 2 games, that is surprising. But I think, you know, again, it's showcasing the skill sets of both players here. And Kilson now setting up a trap of his own. Double LG does come out. Some good damage is done, but not enough for a kill. Kilson, I don't know, like, really liked that wall right there. Was maybe getting a little too friendly, and it just kind of felt like a misstep there by Kilson. Like, he was flying through and, you know, maybe tripped up a little bit, and he ran into the wall, and then Razy was able to really capitalize on top of that. Kilson's going to come out very aggressive off that spawn, and Razy's going to capitalize with a frag of his own, and he's now up by 2.
He hasn't been able to really offset the items by much, though. Still only 3-4 seconds between the two, so even if Razy picks up heavy now, which he will, it's going to be tricky for him to make a move on Mega as well. Kilson will be there first, Kilson will secure it. Again, almost no delay between the items. Now Kilson's stuck in a bad spot. He can't take the bounce pad. He knows that he's going to get pinned by that LG. So he's got to find another way out. He will. But is Razy going to let him escape? Can't quite get an angle that he's comfortable with, but that one will find its mark. Razy, beautiful drop down and a flick to finish it off. This is looking good for the Maestro man.
Yeah, hitting some really, really nice rails. LG comes out, both players in the danger zone. Tribal almost taking out Razy, and the second volley will, and that is going to put Kilson on the board. Now 1-3 though. Razy though picking up a frag, and that last minute will still maintain his lead of 2. So some very interesting play, and not so rail dominant. Like, yes, the rails are definitely deciding things, but definitely seeing things mixed up a bit. And their peeker comes out, but quickly dispatched as well. Razy very, very low. Kilson looking for that kill shot and thought he was going to be able to get it right there. Did not, and will pick up that Mega. Another opportunity shows itself, but Kilson's going to back off and try to take both of our major items here.
Very slow-paced game still. Good rail by Kilson. Finally starting to get some shots off of his own as well. Both players have currently made it up to around 30% each, coming up from 0. Massive improvements, and now Razy's got to be careful. Because now we do have a sizable delay between the items, 12 seconds to be exact, and it's Kilson who has the speed and the mobility to just string them together one after the other. And Razy is in absolutely no position to do that, doesn't even have base health and armor, so he's got to play it slow, carefully, and give complete control of the map to Kilson.
Yeah, he's looking still for those oh my god, rails just like that, looking for those really tight angles that they can hit it. Railson comes out for a second time, not only frag number 3, but off of the spawn a pair of rails to make frag number 4 and the lead. And Kilson positioning himself up for a potential 3-0 series victory versus Razy. And despite how close these games have been, it would still be such an incredible accomplishment. Kilson now up by 2 as we have 4 minutes remaining on the clock. And I definitely feel like Kilson's confidence level seems to be rising here, Flea, as he seems to be more confident in his shots, seem to be getting a little bit more aggressive. Let's see how it plays out for him.
So far, it's been working out nicely. Razy looking a little lost. Definitely had the better start of the two, but now the mobility is really starting to trouble him. Could this be a 3-0 lead? It's shaping up to be one. Kilson now so oppressive. And Razy has no way in. Let's take a look at some more of the statistics. Kilson hitting the most, and once again, securing a majority of the items as well. So Razy really unable to find his way into this.
And I think you're completely right. I think that maybe Kilson kind of finding that confidence was more so in the fact where he said, you know what, mobility is absolutely winning in this champion matchup here. Like, yes, I've still got to be careful because, that BJ dual wields, but I think, there's a suicide coming up by Kilson. I think the mobility has come in big in the last few frags. Now, Razy does bring it back to a 2 frag difference, thanks to that suicide from Kilson. But with only 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock, time is going to be of the essence here. And last game, Razy didn't handle that last 90 seconds the way that, kind of expected him to. So he's got to be careful here, and he's got to remember that Kilson is the one who's going to have the movement advantage in this last little bit of the game. Oh, no.
Yeah, Razy's got to reset, right? He still has 2 minutes for 2 frags. It's doable, but when you're missing consecutive rails on a peaker that isn't even boosting, something's up, right? Especially for a player of Razy's caliber. That just shouldn't happen at this level of play. And you can tell that Kilson isn't even prioritizing the item right away. He's still just looking for damage. Still patrolling that center area of the map, hoping that Razy shows his face. He doesn't want to leave anything to chance. He doesn't want to wait and see if Razy can mount a comeback. He just wants to put the final nail in the coffin now.
Yeah, and he's being super meticulous about trying to deny Razy a lot there. Like, yes, he delayed that heavy, but he picked up that light one that I know will raise the one that Razy just picked up. But now, you know, Kilson can kind of play the game of cat and mouse, and he's happy to be the mouse in this situation. Like in the corner. And 1 minute remaining, and this is all on Razy to try to find a way to close that gap and bring it back in his favor.
Oh, nice. Good damage. A little bit of a float at the end there. Now Kilson has got to be worried. Oh no, Razy, that was not the play. Oh, that's just so reminiscent of how Wenger lost against Maxter on the final map, taking that fight. But it's not over yet. We still have 30 seconds to go. Razy lands the jump, gets up on the item. Decent stack, solid weaponry to begin with. Kilson is making a move onto the Mega. Oh, he needs to land a lot of rocket damage here. What can he do, Weed? 15 seconds left. He's got a good idea of where Kilson is, especially now after the peekers being used, but can he find the damage?
Well, 5 seconds left. I don't think it's going to happen. It's just going to be a runaway here as the clock ticks away, and Kilson makes it a victory, 6-5. Not a single game goes by that was decided by more than one frag. 8-7 in game one, 2-1 in game number two, and 6-5. Some would say that meant we saw an amazing series, and I would agree, but for others, you have to imagine that it means that, you know, it weighs on Razy. Like, so close every time. What could I have done differently? Let's bring ZSX back in to get his thoughts on this matchup. Ultimately, a 3-0 victory for the series win for Kilson.
Yeah, it was impressive by Kilson. I think Razy looked a little bit rusty in some aspects. I don't know, but particularly map 1 and 2. Map 2, I bet he got controlled really well by Kilson. As soon as he got a lead, he had that upper ground position and never felt tested. I felt Razy was almost too methodical and basic in his approach. Map 1 was strong, but again got punished for being over aggressive, and that's what Kilson was preying off. Really, it was mistakes by Razy. I felt Kilson was in some aspects playing within himself, but that was also respecting Razy and just preying on the mistakes, preying on overextensions, and just quite happy with small leads, not pressing his advantage. So overall, it was an interesting and fairly conservative series, but it just shows you the level Kilson's playing at. That he didn't even really look particularly tested at any given point. Just very happy to manage the game out.
Yeah, indeed. Even though the scorelines were close, I rarely felt like Kilson was in trouble. You know, sometimes, yes, Razy was pressuring him. It seemed like it could flip. But towards the end of the game, in those final few minutes, Kilson also always looked supremely comfortable almost. And I think, especially on that last map, the mobility advantage once again came into play. You could clearly see it, right? Even when Razy started making some sort of a comeback happen, where do you go from there when your opponent is so much faster than you? You're just running behind them, giving them a bit of an extra boost with your dual LG. That's all that you can do, and it's just not enough to make up for the deficit.
Yeah, I mean, great victory for Kilson. He retains his undefeated status here in QPL in a season that is, I mean, no doubt the hardest season that we've seen, given the cross-region play that has taken place, and will just make Kilson that much more exciting to watch in matches yet to come. I don't know if you want to throw another bet out there, ZSX, but I mean,
do I need to? Like,
I don't know. I don't know what side you take. So
it depends how much you want to give up, you know.
Oh yeah, so I tell you the amount first, and then you decide. I don't know about that.
Dan has no qualms about taking your money, Weeds.
Yeah,
just
I know.
Go ahead.
I know. I don't have a good track record with the amount of money that I've owed Dan. But some really interesting matchups this weekend. Some bonkers results as well. But definitely week 6 ended with a bang, and I guess started with a bang too. So 3-0s on either side of the bookends of a bunch of 2-1 games, and it's been as close as it's ever been here in the QPL.
Yep, it was a really good week. Unfortunately, Spotty got manhandled. We've seen downfall of Rafa by Dramis, who really deserved it, and yeah, ending it up with Kilson cleaning it up somewhat expectedly, but that should give Razy a bit of a kick up the butt, if anything will.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, and we know that Razy's a champion at heart, right? He's always topping the scoreboards. Even now, he's top 3, top 4. He can absolutely do it, and his performance today was anything but awful. But Kilson just went in with a plan, and he reacted appropriately to pretty much everything that Razy did. And yeah, we called it before it even started, right? Kilson had the better picks overall, and it just went his way in the end. So good effort by Razy, but Kilson was just a little too strong, and this was a nice map to close out the day on.
Just as a final note, seeing these world rankings like this is pretty awesome, right? I mean, as we look down there, we see champions scattered throughout the rankings. We see, players in places that you wouldn't expect and other players in places you wouldn't expect. But this is just week 6 of many, many more weeks to come before the championships take place, and just absolutely incredible to see what we've experienced so far in the first 6 weeks. I can't wait for the next 6.
Yeah, you got Rafa holding up the fort for NA, as we know. We got 2 through 6 is all EU. Dramis making a comeback, but then yeah, we need to see more from the NA guys.
Why did you say that like wheat at the end? Like it's my sole responsibility to make sure that the NA players are. Hold on. Let me check. I'm not super good with my flags here, but let me see what rank number 1 is. Hold on. I'm looking. Was that an American flag? Thank you for that production. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is. All right. Okay. I was just checking. I thought maybe my eyes were just bad, but yeah. Okay.
Not that old yet.
Oh, well, this was a fun day. Good games, good upsets, right? Wenger, Maxter, Dramis, Rafa were 2 of my personal highlights, but overall, lots of fun as always. And I think that players, viewers, and all of us enjoyed it too.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Yep. Are we gonna? Are we not sure who's supposed to wrap it? I'll wrap it up for us. Hey everyone, thanks for joining us for another Saturday. I believe that next week we've got another Challenger qualifier that's going to be taking place. So we'll be back with the main stream. In 2 weeks, we'll be back with more regular season action here from the QPL. Flea, thank you so much. ZSX, it's been a great day. I mean, I hope you ride this adrenaline of like being right, for at least a couple of days. Be a nice chat. Thank you so much for joining us. Want to give a shout out to production. Thanks to Bethesda, PGL, and everyone else that helps make the QPL happen week after week. I'm DJ Weed on behalf of Flea, ZSX, and the entire production crew. We'll see you next time. We're out of here. Peace.